I am ready. Hello. Hello, Shakespeare. Hello, Moose Watcher. Hello, Maya Mayor. Hello, Vex the Cat. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to this language domain. I will use this. Today, I want to talk to you about languages. Languages and the role they play in our lives. Okay? Learning foreign languages. Oh, look at this. I'm gonna show you. Okay? I have not opened it yet, but look. Do you see? Is it visible or should I make it more full screen? It's a wall calendar. Do you see it? Do you see the wall calendar? It's still in plastic. Full screen. That's right. The year 5784. And here you have all the, Sure. I bought it at the JICH, the Jewish History Institute, which means, because like the New Year is next month, and the great friend of the channel Shakespeare is going to help me to do a proper celebration of the New Year. I am ready. I am mentally prepared. You know? And so, I want to talk to you about how languages are important to expand our lives. How many of us here are multilingual? Raise your hands by writing something in the chat if you're multilingual. Raise your hands if you speak more than one language. Bird milk. Raise your, what's it called? Raise your digital hand by indication in chat. I wanted to... Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh my god, what am I looking at? React. Ich habe Deutsch gelernt, aber mein Deutsch ist schlecht. Alright, you're studying languages. Who else? Who else, gigglers? Give me your... I know Shakespeare is multilingual, that's for sure. A prime problem. Transformers. Where is she? How to draw female figures. Come try socialism. Promo. Vouch. 2013. Okay, let's go. Language expands your minds. Language makes you think of things that... Well, it makes you think about the same concepts in different ways because it describes the same concepts in different ways. And also it visualizes things in different ways, even when it comes to how you write them, the alphabet that you use, the symbology of things, or even simple things like if you read books from left to right or from right to left. So all of these things are sort of, dependent on the language that you use. And people have indicated, I think it was yesterday actually, that they are in high demand of wanting to learn Polish. So this is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do a little bit of a Polish lesson for you, and you, for all of you. And thus, let's see if YouTube has something interesting for us. Lesson 1, Polish for beginners. Build up your Polish. I'm gonna react to this video and I'm gonna add my professional thoughts as a professional Polish speaker. That's right, I'm a professional. Learn Polish in 30 minutes. I see. Seems like you can learn Polish in 30 minutes. You know? His study of German has resulted in me noticing the German root words in a lot of American surnames and place names. Have my pen and paper ready. I'm gonna prepare my pen and paper. Wait, 1 second. I'm gonna prepare a pen and paper as well. Recently, I've actually bought a, believe it or not, I recently bought a Yiddish language course book. Oh, here we go. My beautiful little wait, this is a Yiddish alphabet. The Yiddish alphabet notebook. For a second I thought it was Hebrew, but I was like, wait, there's a 3 alephs. And Yiddish has 3 different alephs. See? I have this Yiddish notebook. So I'm gonna... Yeah, it's... I actually thought before that this was Hebrew, but no, this is actually a Yiddish. It's an empty notebook, but it has the Yiddish alphabet on it. It even says here. Even says here, full screen. Yiddish alphabet. You know? Good Shabbos. True! Yes, good Shabbos as we are both breaking it. My goodness. We're not being good, okay? The light is on. I'm using the computer. You know what? I'm working on it. And so are you. I am working on it and so are you. Okay. Shakespeare. do you want to call in? Do you want to call in and do this lesson together? That could be a very interesting exercise. Do you want to do this lesson together? You ready? Good. Good Shabbat. Oh, interesting. Okay. Call in, I will share the screen with you. Or I will call you.
Oh, good Shabbos, good Shabbos.
Hello, hello. Thank you.
Oh,
Good Shabbos?
good Shabbos, good
Good
Shabbos.
Shabbos, yes. Nice. Even though we're both breaking it as we speak, but
Oh, I just went to the underground rabbi, of course.
true. And you said it's fine. They say like pokątny rabbin in Polish, which sort of I don't know. I have no idea how to translate that word into English. It means sort of on the side rabbi, I guess.
I see.
Pokątny. Kąt is like a corner.
Mm-hmm.
Pokątny is something like on the side, so on the sort of outside
edge.
of on the edge of the rules.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll do a sound check to make sure you're. Okay, say something. Say 1, 2, 3, test, test, test.
1, 2, 3, test, test, test.
Maybe a bit. I might make you a bit. Now say.
1, 2, 3, test, test, test.
Okay, should be okay. Also, before we begin Polish in earnest, I have a Yiddish question actually
Yes.
for the audience. Because the Polish textbook that I started reading, which actually the author is really gracious because she said that she doesn't care if anyone prints or uses the internet PDF of the book.
Yeah.
Like she writes that there are 3 main dialects of Yiddish, Lithuanian, Polish, and Ukrainian. So the question is, which one is Hungarian?
I would assume that one would technically be, if she's dividing it into 3, then I would technically would be, that's interesting. Because I think it would be split in 2. It would be half of it would be in Polish, on the Polish half, and then that part of Hungary that used to extend into Ukraine and Romania, that would be in the Ukrainian section.
I can even quickly find it and tell you. Where is it?
Yeah, I don't know if you could, I don't know if she includes a map.
No. Where is it?
Because
right here, there's no map.
Because here I have one, but it has it in French, and so it's not very useful. But because again, like the main divisions that I've always seen, and that I have actually heard like being spoken about, were
right,
Russian, right, which is its own thing, right, like Russian, Yiddish. Then there's because it was isolated for so long, and then there's Lithuanian Yiddish,
yes,
Polish Yiddish, and then Hungarian Yiddish, and then
interesting, because this person does a pretty different.
Yeah,
as you can hear.
Let me send you the it has a citation in there, but so you can see it. But that's one way of discussing it.
I found it. So
okay.
It says that there are the primary language of the Jewish language is Hebrew, in the diaspora among the people who lived, who emigrated from Palestine. Yes, it uses the word Palestine.
Yep.
We have languages that were influenced by the environment. So it says the most known ones is, and the first one named is Ladino. So the language of the Sephardic Jewish people that continues the tradition of Jewish people that lived during the Middle Ages in the Iberijski. How do you translate Iberijski again? Iberian Peninsula. And the Jewish and the language of the Ashkenazi Jewish people, which comes from the Middle Ages German language lands. Yiddish, the beginnings of Yiddish, the Yiddish started about 1,000 years ago on the terrains of Nadrenia. Today's Nadrenia, right? Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
And we can speak of it becoming its own language from the 9th century, right? So German dialects are at the root of the Yiddish. It has Hebrew elements and written in the Hebrew language, Hebrew alphabet, and of course it says so it says that when Jewish people emigrated from German lands, Yiddish sort of broke down into two big chunks, right? The Western Yiddish, which started just disappearing, and the Eastern Yiddish, which was enriched with Slavic elements, and it gave rise to today's standardized language. And it says the Eastern Yiddish has three dialects: the central one, which is Polish, northern one, which is Lithuanian, and the southern one, which is Ukrainian.
Yes.
And it says the influence of the three components was not equal in all subsystems of the standard language. The standard pronunciation is closest to the northern, to the northern, one. Grammar is mainly based on northern and central. And it says that Yiddish became, part of a beautiful culture, and that the oldest preserved sentence in Yiddish is composed into Hebrew letters Wormackiego, or Wormacki prayer book, which comes from 1272. The words Gut Tag im Betag Sverdis Makhazor in Bes Haknestrag. Haknezestrag. And in the 16th century, it was popular to transcribe German folklore. Okay, so yes, this is basically it.
If I may just, I sent you a map, although it's technically with Russian. Well, it's written in Russian, but it shows that division of the Eastern and Western, and then the three dialects.
Right. Oh yeah. Central, Northern, Southern. So I sort of assumed that Hungarian would be part of the Southern. No.
Yeah, we'll see. So when it says Hungary, like when I say Hungarian, you have to remember that Hungary used to go into what is now Romania. Like there's still and in fact, one of the one of the main Hungarian Jewish groups. They're called Satmar, which comes from the place that the place is now called Satu Mare, but it's now in Romania. But it's from in the heart of Romania, like up in the Transylvanian Alps. They have a huge Hungarian population because of the fact that Hungary used to extend into those portions.
Yeah. So would that be part of the Southern dialect then, or?
Yeah, that would be more aligned with the Southern dialect. At least from what I've understood, it's been more like whatever is spoken in Ukraine.
Yeah. So I mean, it feels pretty intuitive that it would be part of the Southern dialect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So are you ready for your Polish lesson? For me not
I'm
to
ready.
be like a liar. Liar, liar, pants on fire. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're ready. I have my Yiddish notebook, which I mistook for a Hebrew notebook for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And oh yeah, I have to share my screen with you because otherwise it makes no sense, right? Okay. There you go. Language. Polish lesson. Are you seeing it?
Yeah, ich sehen. I can see.
He's saying. It's in Yiddish.
I,
He's
Yeah.
saying. Wow. Is saying literally?
It's ich. It's
Ich.
with the
Okay, Zayn. Okay, so I guess that's a Hebrew influence, right?
definitely it's something that's been sure. Sure. I don't want to have to give a big explanation, but yes. Yeah. It keeps the
I mean, the
a lot.
is in Hebrew, and it's not really a part of German, from what I know.
Mm-hmm. At least not as distinctly so. Yeah.
Right. Poland.
Also,
Poland used to
one
have
thing
two
else.
different ages, but it disappeared. Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say one thing I meant to tell you was that, interestingly enough, while people usually, yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. You roboted out us a little bit, but it's yes. But I can hear you.
Is that although when most people think of Latin
Narashatek.
America, they think about Sephardic Jews. The most spoken language of Jewish people in Latin America is actually that of its much larger Ashkenazi population, which is Yiddish, of course.
Right, which is nice that it's still, even though it's in dire straits, Yiddish. So,
Right. Mm-hmm.
but okay.
And we do have old things in Yiddish too, like the Yiddish die jüdische Mutwürdigkeiten. So we have stuff that was written in older forms of Yiddish
Oh,
before there were so many separations. When the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth still existed, et cetera, et cetera.
right.
But one of those.
I started wondering about something.
Mm-hmm.
If in Polish, antiquariat
Mm-hmm.
with old books.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it's at all possible in antiquariat to find books that are written in Yiddish.
I would imagine so.
We're gonna go antiquariat hunting tomorrow with Mom, and we're gonna be checking out if there are any Yiddish books,
Okay.
So it's gonna be like our tomorrow's quest. Okay, so build up your Polish. I'm pressing start, and we're gonna do this. Ready? Are you ready?
Ready.
Lesson 1.
All right.
In this lesson, you will learn how to ask a question, what is this?
What is this? Resident Evil vibes.
And also how to name an object or a place. This is...
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give you a short, cool Polish lesson, actually. I forgot. before we start this. Are you ready?
Mhm.
Okay. Sorry?
No. I was just.
Okay, so it calls the Yiddishisms in Polish. Are you ready?
Mhm.
For words in Polish that are from okay, so ksywka. Do you know what that means? Ksywka or ksywa.
Why don't you tell me?
Okay, it's from the Yiddish word ksiwe. You know? In Polish it means sort of like a nickname.
Yeah.
Ksywa, ksywka from ksiwe. Sitwa.
Does that have to do with Shiva?
I think so. Szufles. Szutfes. Or shitfes.
Yeah.
Szutafut. Stowarzyszenie. What's the word, for, oh God, like, the association. Oh, there we go. Havira. From Hevra. So like this small apartment that's like a little pole.
Yeah.
Chutzpah. Or chutzpah. Chutzpah.
Oh yeah, chutzpah. Yeah.
Or chutzpah.
Yeah, chutzpah. Yeah, that's usually seen as arrogance, or at least that's one way of seeing it. It's usually
Yes.
confident.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. Shiksa.
Oh well, I don't know because this can be used pejoratively, so that's why. But it literally just means a non-Jewish woman.
Yeah. It's like a Polish word that's based on Metzeje.
Metzeira?
Metzeje.
Oh, Messiah.
No, Metzeje. Metzeje. It's like from the word Metzeia. Something incredible, extraordinary. In Yiddish, it was ironic, I think. Fajne. Fajne is the Polish word. It's Middle German fein or Yiddish. It's also fein in Yiddish. And the Polish took it as fajne, which means cool, I guess, something like, cool, nice, Oh, wow. I had no idea this word was from Yiddish. Git.
A divorce?
No, git. From the word gut in Yiddish.
Oh, Git. Oh, okay.
Gut. Git.
Yeah.
Polish
Because I see. It's because I was thinking of a get in Hebrew, and that means a divorce order.
Kitel. From the Yiddish kittel.
Kittel.
Trefny.
Treif? Ah,
Trefny.
that means like...
Yeah, to Polish is trefny.
Unclean.
Yeah. Trefny in Polish means sort of that is just bad, that it's just sort of bad or counterfeit, That is low quality, bad. So
like treif literally means like unkosher.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And unclean. Belfer. Oh, I didn't know Belfer was from Yiddish. Wow. Belfer.
Bel-
Yeah, Belfer, you know?
Hmm.
It used to be, in Yiddish, Belfer used to be like a helper to a teacher in a
Oh.
cheder.
I see. Okay.
It comes from the Middle German word behelfer,
Yeah.
which comes from behelfen, pomagać, to help.
Mhm.
Oh, wow. Oh my God. I did not. Oh, wow. Some of the words I'm pretty surprised that they come from Yiddish. Interesting. Machloika.
Machloika.
Yeah,
I
that
don't-
means like a scam, you know, like a ploy, a scam. But in Yiddish, machloikes means like a argument, a spat,
Mhm.
which comes apparently from the Hebrew machloket, which also means a spat and a argument.
Yeah, machloket. Yeah.
Yeah, which became machloikes, which became the Polish machloika. That's actually very interesting. That you know, the Polish word has its ultimate root in Hebrew. You know,
Mhm.
fanaberia.
Fanaberia.
Yeah, fanaberia, which means sort of like a fancy right now.
Mhm.
So like, you know, a fancy thing that you just want. You know, Yiddish fajneberia is someone who's like who wants to make themselves elegant for show.
Mhm.
You know, stroić.
Mhm.
Ślamazara is a ślamazara comes from Yiddish. Wow. Ślamazara. It's like a Ślamazara is like a you mash together two words. The Middle German Slim, which means someone who is like a who is not very well, you know, someone who is uncoordinated, right?
Yeah.
Slim. And Hebrew mazal, luck. And so
Did-
from connection of those words, you have the Yiddish shlimazl, which means
Slimaz.
yeah,
Mm.
which is like
It's
bad luck or a person that's sort of like clumsy.
Klep. Yeah, klep.
Yeah, and you have from that you have the Polish word ślamazara, which means basically that someone who's slow and clumsy.
I
Ślamazara.
have an interesting thing. Why don't I use some of the words and see if you can guess them from Yiddish?
Maybe.
You know, from
But I also asked, do you know a word bachor? Bachor.
Bacher. That means bachelor or young man.
Oh, bachor, yeah. Bachor in Polish means like a small kid. Bachor.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, Bacher. Yeah.
Okay, tell me a word in... Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker.
Okay, so we're going to go with things that I think might actually.
Shakespeare's the guest, yes.
So let's go with.
Oh, someone asked you a question. Isn't klutz also of Yiddish origin itself?
Yeah. Yes, it is. It is. It is. Let's see here. I'm trying to think of one.
Yiddish is so great.
Durchstechen.
Yeah, what? Sorry?
Durchstechen.
Durchstecken?
Mhm.
I don't know.
It means to like puncture something or like to go through something
Oh,
like
no.
really quickly.
Oh no.
What about the Merida?
Merida?
Mhm.
No, I don't know.
That means a rebellion.
Oh. Huh. Merida?
Yeah, Merida.
Hmm. The only word that comes to mind is maruder,
Okay.
which means like someone who just like a bandit or someone that just walks around, travels around,
Okay.
or someone that just abandons their unit.
Okay. A deserter. I see.
Yeah.
So let's see. Trying to think of.
You
Oh,
might-
I know.
You might also.
Unter
Yeah.
Unterhadish.
Oh no, I don't know.
You should know this because it means underground.
Oh. Okay. Unta is under, but
Unterhadish.
it might be interesting that there are actually Polish words that became Yiddish words.
Yeah, no, I find that really interesting, especially because some of them, I mean, like, it's interesting the ones that, like, right away I was like, oh, yeah, these are, but it's interesting to see which ones,
Oh my god. I don't believe that this word is from Poland. Oh my god. Okay, I will read you a Yiddish word that's from Polish.
Okay.
And we'll see if you know it. Ciekawe.
Ciekawe?
Yeah. Ciekawe.
Oh, I have no idea.
It means curious, interesting. You might not know them because maybe they're not present in the Hungarian one.
Like, almost like Chivine in Russian, yes?
Yeah. Ciekawe.
Ciekawe, Chivine.
Ciekawe is in Polish. Or lonke. That's the Yiddish word. Lonke.
No?
It means plain, with flowers on it.
Oh, that's interesting. Interesting.
Or kapeliusz.
Kapeliusz?
Yeah, that's the Yiddish word. That means kapelusz, a hat.
Oh, that's interesting. Because now, like, because the Yiddish word now is just anhut.
Oh, is this like in the kapeliusz? It's like an elegant hat. It's not just a cap. It's like an elegant hat.
Yeah. Well, kapeliusz is more related to the Latin, pilium, which is where that. So it must, it must have been an older word that now means a specific type. Yeah.
Right, but even in Polish, kapelusz is not just any headwear. It's like a very specific thing because you have in Polish czapka, that's
Czapka,
separate.
nice.
Okay, wąces. That's an interesting word. Yiddish word. Wąces.
What's that?
Do you know? Hello?
I want to know.
Sorry?
Said I want to know.
Oh, you want to know?
Mm-hmm.
It's wąsy in Polish, which is mustache.
Mustache.
Mustache, yes. A marauder. Yeah, marauder. English has the marauder, of course.
Well, what about this one? Der Meshulech.
Meshuler?
Yeah, Meshulech.
Meshulech. No, I don't know.
Mhm. It's a messenger.
Okay, I would not know that. Okay,
Yeah,
what
usu-
about... Yeah? Usually?
Go ahead.
No, usually? You started saying that usually?
I was gonna say like a lot of jobs and things like that. Like when you're saying the blank,
Mhm.
there's usually some kind of like usually there's a ch somewhere.
Okay.
A lot of times.
So we have nudziezich.
Nudziezich. Oh.
Yeah, nudziezich. Or nudziezich. I'm not sure how it's pronounced in Yiddish. Nudziezich. I'm gonna send you the Yiddish version
Mm-hmm.
to the
Okay.
chat. This comes from Polish.
Yeah. Oh yes, yes. Like the English Marauder. Yeah.
No.
Ah.
This is that in the chat. Do you see?
Odien dich. Oh, sich.
Nudian sich.
Sich.
Nudian sich. So what do you think it means? If you know it, you might know it.
Godien sich. Well, the sich makes me think of something else, but I know it's not. I know it has nothing to do with that.
It's from
So-
Polish. It's from a Polish word.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What is it? What is it?
It means nudzić się, which means to be bored.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Because usually now, when you say like to be born,
Bored. You know, like boring.
bored. Oh, bored. Oh, okay.
Yeah, bored. Like boring. I'm bored of this whole thing. It's true.
Okay, well then I'll leave now. Then if you're bored.
No. It's the word. It's the Yiddish word. Okay. But yes.
Okay.
So now let's continue with the actual Polish lesson, which is super Polish, because I know that you're a student of Polish,
That's right.
which means that we have a perfect opportunity.
Wait, remind me. What did you say? No, Dion sich meant again?
What?
What did you say that Yiddish word that you put?
Nudian sich,
Nudian sich, yeah.
to be bored.
To be bored. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was like trying to think of like a word that also is like that, and it's literally "iten sich." You know, again the ending. That's why I'm like, it probably isn't this, because that means to beware, like, you know, like buyer beware of ghosts, etc.
Huh. But yes, it's actually very, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's apparently quite a lot of Polish words that come from Yiddish, and you're like bajgiel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bagel.
Yeah. Ciuch. Which,
Chuch.
yeah, it means clothing from Yiddish cich. Or of course words, you know, all, like the typical words like zimes, trulent.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, now the word that people use for clothing is the halbosha.
Yeah, but
So
in Yiddish, cich meant something else a bit, from what I
Yeah.
see.
I think I think back then it meant like cloth or rags or something like that. Like it wasn't, or at least from what I understand, like historically things like that. Like, for example, like clothes in English, right? Like it's literally just the plural for cloth, right? Like it's like, you know, so you're wearing cloths, but you know, now it's clothes. So yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or well, there's quite a lot. There are Hebraisms as well, like
Mhm.
like there are Polish words that borrowed Hebrew words, probably Fruidish, you know, but it's not provable beyond any doubt. So there's
see.
like the Bahor, you know, so an unmarried non-Jewish young man. Interesting. So from it could have been taken through the Yiddish bocher.
Because like child, now you say das Kind.
Right.
You know, so it
Yeah.
bocher just like bocher means like almost like teenager, right? It means like young dude, like guy,
Yeah, and you have the word goy, of course. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
It's just mean
then yeah, a non-Jewish person. Or rather like someone that's like an it says here like someone of other faith, usually Christian,
mhm.
or a non-Jewish person, you know? Or no, that's it. That's it. That's here. And it says here in the wiki that there are certain words that are a bit problematic because we can't know if they're from Yiddish or actually just from German.
Oh yeah, especially because there's a point where words enter different languages, right? Like due to interaction.
Yeah.
And we don't know if it happened before like that Middle German split off into what would now become Hochdeutsch or like Standard German, and what will become, one of the many varieties of Yiddish.
Yeah. So I will give you those words, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Beisel, which
Beisel?
Beisel, yes. It comes from Yiddish Beisel,
Mm-hmm.
a little house, I guess. Or
Mm-hmm.
or like this, or like not a bar, but it's like I'm not sure how to correct the the little, I guess a bar
A
or a
bar.
pub
Okay.
or something that serves food as well. How do you call a small bar that also serves food?
A bistro, I guess.
Oh, not exactly a bistro. This is more like a bar. I'm gonna look for a translation of the Polish word.
Yeah, because now, like in Yiddish, the word for bar, like a bar, where you go drink, is die Schenk.
It says pub.
Oh, a pub. Well, I know what you mean because,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
in Mexico, it's more common. In America, they still have this weird, like, only drinking bars, and it's.
Like knajpa. Okay, so that's Beisel is from Yiddish Beisel that meant the knajpa, the pub thing,
Mm-hmm.
And then Beisel means in Polish something like a sex work house,
Oh, a brothel.
a brothel, or a mess.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because
Yeah,
um
yeah, yeah, yeah.
because like there's one of these words that sometimes exists in many different forms, but like it comes from the root balagan, and it also means like a mess too.
Yeah, bałagan, that's the Polish word. Bałagan, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, bałagan is the Polish word for a mess. A bałaganiarz is someone who is like creates a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Geschäft.
Geschäft.
Geschäft. It's actually the same in Yiddish, Geschäft. Like a business or a small enterprise.
Mm.
Usually
Ah,
illegal.
Yeah, usually legal. I love that. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean it's interesting to see like different terms for the same thing, right? Like das Geschäft is how you would say das Geschäft.
Yeah.
Yeah, but another thing too is like you could also call it sometimes people will call it, well, I mean it depends because like this is also used as a way to say that it's not legal, right?
Yeah.
Der no.
Yeah.
Der no, and that means literally
The Polish even
bar.
doesn't even say the word, doesn't even use the word illegal. It uses the word dishonest.
Okay.
Usually dishonest. Pleita, which means bankruptcy that is inflicted on purpose in Polish. Pleita. It comes from the Yiddish word pleite, which means to run away, an escape.
Yep.
Oh,
Like,
Yiddish's lexical Yiddishisms are currently also used in Polish non-standard dialects, criminal dialects, and from them they sometimes get into mainstream language, although they keep their their sort of regular use, like the word git from the word gut, shitwa, sitwa.
Yes.
So like from the Yiddish shitfes. It's like in Polish, it's like a group of people that support one another in order to achieve mutual goals, and against unless against the interests of the wider society. A group that supports each other to gain their own means against the wider good.
And it's usually because that one you talked about, the bankruptcy, right? Like I've also heard it as de grossa dalis, which literally means the great poverty, like something that is inflicted upon someone in that way, like de grossa dalis. And dalis is the word that means poverty or poorness.
In Poland, sitwa means like that group that supports each other to get things against the general, interest. But in shitfest in Yiddish, standard just standard shuftes. It just means it just means an association of people without the doing good for oneself against the wider thing. So in rich comes from the Hebrew word that just means also a community or an association. All right, so let's continue because we've been we went on a lot of tangents. I'm dishonest if you couldn't tell by my name, says fake Alec Kyle Parker. But yes, let's continue. We're gonna teach you some Polish.
Learn how to use a possessive pronoun my, like my house.
See, my house.
You will also learn.
You're watching, right? Still?
I'm watching.
You can hear the video.
How to ask yes and no questions. And also say yes and no. And name the conjunction and.
Wow.
And then you will learn how to pronounce the Polish sounds ch, ts, I, y, n, ni, u, e.
I'm surprised they showed it like this. Ni is just basically like the N but with a dash above it. Ni becomes ni, the ni sound because it's a bit of a thing, but I'm surprised.
So let's get started. It or this in Polish is to.
Okay. Repeat after the video.
Are you gonna repeat too?
To. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, say it.
What do you have to say? I'm sorry. It's okay.
It's in the video. This. You can see the video on the stream, right?
Yeah, I can see it. Oh, yeah, this. To.
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 Okay. To.
Yes, nice. See, you pronounce it perfectly.
To.
See, to. You could say that the O is a bit like open.
Yeah.
Is in Polish is jest.
Okay, can you repeat?
Jest.
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 Mm-hmm. A teraz... Oh my god, I switched to Polish. I said and now. Okay, and now say to jest.
To jest.
Mm-hmm. To jest. Okay.
To jest.
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 Yes, it's important because I noticed this especially with Vietnamese students that I've had, that they had a thing where they sort of ate the endings of the words, you know? And it's sort of important to pronounce them fully. To jest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not like French where you can, yes, sort of, yeah.
Yeah. And then Vietnamese has certain tones where the certain endings of words sort of get sort of eaten up by the tone in which, because Vietnamese is a tonal language. You know what that means, right?
Yes, I do. I know Mandarin. So.
Okay, so you're perfectly... So yeah, certain tones sort of eat up certain endings of words. So to jest. Can you repeat?
To jest.
Sorry, once again, I've lost you here.
To jest.
Oh, perfect. See? What perfect pronunciation. So far, so good.
Jest. And this ye at the beginning is pronounced as in the word in English, yes, ye.
See? You've pronounced it perfectly, the yot sound. You know?
Mm-hmm.
You had no problems pronouncing
Jest. So how would you say it is? How would you combine those two words together in Polish?
We already did it, but...
To jest.
Yeah, to jest. Can you repeat again?
To jest.
Perfect.
Or this is would be to jest. The same.
Right.
How would you say this is it?
Oh, that's okay. How would you think you would say it?
To jest to.
Yes, to jest to.
To jest to.
No, not to jest to, but to jest to.
To jest to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to jest to. People sometimes say it when they say like, that's it. To jest to. To jest właśnie to. All right.
What's funny, do you mind if I say something really quickly?
Of course.
It's interesting because Hebrew doesn't have the is. It doesn't have the is are.
Ah, yeah. I've already managed to learn this.
Yeah, and so it's-
Ani, Lucy.
Ken, ze yofi.
Which
but-
I found it to be amazing. Me, Lucy.
So yeah, but because of that, like it's interesting because like the way how you say, well, one way you could say this is it is ze haze, like literally, this is the thing,
Right.
ze haze, which is interesting because your surname haze.
Oh, zehaze. Zehaze?
Yeah, ze,
Zehaze.
yeah, ze haze.
Perfect.
This is the thing.
Perfect.
This stuff.
It was all on purpose. It was not a randomly chosen surname at all.
Yeah.
See, and you have to, because do you remember the thing from the beginning of the lesson? We're gonna come back to it. Here,
Mm-hmm.
it's pronounced in Poland ni. Can you repeat ni?
Ni.
Yeah, ni.
Ni.
Becomes softened, and when you learn Hebrew, it becomes an obstacle for Polish learners because they say ani, and you're supposed to say ani,
Yeah.
You're not
Ani.
supposed to say do make it in Polish heiser and make an ani, but you're supposed to say ani, you know,
Mhm.
which is interesting, you know. At least I think it's
Yeah, I do. I think that's interesting too because it's interesting also to see how it's written out in different cultures. Like in Portugal, it's an H, you know, etc.
yeah. So in Polish, it would just be an a before this, ani,
Ani.
ani, and
Ani.
and Polish people want to make it into ani, you know.
Mm-hmm. In at Lucy Haze. The Ani.
True.
Anyway.
Or uh, shmi, no,
Shmi means mine.
yeah,
Is
shmi,
my name.
yeah,
Shmi.
shmi Lucy.
Yeah, Shmi Lucy.
Yes, nice. I remember.
Good. Yeah, because I remember when I was first learning this in Cheder, we had to learn it the like old, the drawn out way. Hashem, Sheli, and your name, right? Which literally means the name, which
Right.
is mine, is blank.
Yeah, the book even mentions is that this from the Hashem, Shem, Shmi,
Shem, Shmi,
Shma. I have to
Shema.
check. I have to check that.
Shema means hear or listen,
Oh,
because it's part of the most important prayer in Judaism. Shema Yisrael.
all right, right. You're right. Okay. To jest to.
What? So a word. What? So
Okay.
a word when we ask questions would be co.
Co. Repeat. Co.
So,
Co. Yes.
so,
Co.
so,
Co.
so,
Yes.
Co.
Co.
This C
so.
letter in Polish is pronounced as ц. So similarly as in the English word fits. Co.
1 second, okay? Apologies to to you and the audience. Okay, I'm ready. So,
Okay.
but I think that t is like in t. I think it is in Yiddish and Hebrew as well. T.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it is present.
Yes. In Hebrew, it's the tzadi.
Right.
Co.
So. Not so.
So,
How would you ask a question? What is it?
Yes. How would you ask the question? What is it?
to co?
No. I will tell you. Co to jest?
Co to jest? I see. Yes.
Co to jest? Or
Co?
usually people just asked co to.
Co
Co to?
to?
Yeah, co to? Or co to jest?
Co to jest?
Yeah, co jest to is not exactly the correct order.
We would say
Oh, they even showed Kitani's thing like a mistake not to do.
Huh,
co to
that's
jest.
funny.
Co to jest. If you look closer to this word order, you won't say Co jest to? Like it would be literally in English, what is it? We would rather say what it is. Co to jest?
See, this is very interesting because it sort of illustrates that the way the languages that we speak literally sort of affects the way we think about concepts.
Yeah, of course.
Like it affects even like does that it probably makes sense to you, right? That it's sort of like we think that even the order sort of is ingrained into how we feel that is natural probably to say a thing.
Yeah, what is it? And because it's interesting, because like in Spanish, right? You don't have to do the it, right? Like you can say que es, right? What is,
Right,
but
yeah, because
but
it's sort of
and-
like implied.
right. And then in Hebrew, it's mazeh, which is literally what thing, like so it's
Yeah.
what it. So it's
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. Nice. And there is a way in Japanese to ask in a very informal way, what this? you know? And it would
Mhm.
mean what is this? Or nanda sore, or what is that? Because in Japanese you have this thing close to me,
Mhm.
this thing close to that thing close to the other person, and the third thing that is far and not close to either of us.
Hmm.
Kore, sore, are. There's those three things. This closer to me, this closer to you, and that thing that is not close to either of us. That makes sense,
Mhm. No, that makes sense.
Okay, so let's continue. We're straight into Japanese.
So normally in Polish, we keep the same order as it would be in the normal affirmative sentence. So first the subject and then the verb. Sometimes, though, it might be flexible. We can change the order, but typically we have the subject and
Oh,
the verb.
I just had an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to like say the Yiddish words back to you as well? I think
Oh,
that would be
that
interesting.
would be interesting.
Mhm.
So, okay, to jest in Yiddish.
The co to jest? Oh, what is
No, that
this?
just it is. To jest.
Dos is.
Dos is.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like a very interesting. This is very, very interesting because it sounds almost like a mixture of German and English.
Mm.
Das is,
Yeah.
because this is, das is. And it's
Yeah.
interesting because English itself is a Germanic language at the end of the day, and the old English sounds like German a lot,
Mm.
And then it became infected with French. But that's,
Yeah.
But that's very das is.
Yeah. Dos is.
Can you write it out in the chat?
Yeah.
Das is.
Oh wait.
Oh,
And this will.
we got a subscriber. Thank you for subscribing, Aurora Borealis. I find this really cool because Yiddish and Hebrew are different enough, apart from the writing, that I feel like you won't get mixed up when learning them.
Oh yeah, definitely not. So it's right there.
Das is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's beautiful. That's the beauty of Yiddish and Hebrew, that you won't mistake them. Which means, by extension, that you will probably also not mistake Yiddish with Ladino. I don't know. I find something really nice about it.
Mhm.
Okay.
I mean, it really shows that Jewish languages are not just like essentially, just slightly different versions of Hebrew or something, right? Like they're
Yeah.
very cool, right? So yeah.
It shows like willing to keep a strong tradition alongside
Mhm.
with becoming a strong part of the environment.
Oh, and I just thought of something. You know how you were talking about the NI? Well, there are times when you look at something that's the O, right, in Hebrew. But in Yiddish, like the Yiddish pronunciation is oi. It's like adding a Y or an I after it, right? It becomes oi.
Right.
So like Toira,
Right.
Menoira.
Right. Toira.
Um,
Interesting. In Polish, it'll be Torah. Interesting. And it's like when it's like the explanation that the year 5784, right?
mhm.
But there's the old era and the new era, sort of this distinction
Mhm.
to because there is this sort of doctrine that we live still firmly in the world with everybody else, so we sort of accommodate to, you know?
Mhm.
And I
Mhm.
think creating, in a way, Yiddish is part of that, that we are part of the environment in which we reside. We're not divorced from it,
Mhm.
So the language that is used here takes from the environment, so to speak, adapts it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense to me.
Alrighty, let's continue this journey. Oh, hi everybody. Oh, hi Mark. Polski today. It's true, greater ain't. Have you seen The Room, Shakespeare? That famous movie?
Oh no, I have not seen it.
You should. It's a classic.
Mm. I have heard of it before.
Yes. Oh, hi Mark. It's the most famous lines include, I did not hit her. I didn't. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. And that's actually the line, including the oh, hi, Mark. All right, let's continue. What is The Room about? Okay, The Room is about a banker called Johnny who has a wife called Lisa who cheats on him, and her mom has breast cancer, but it's sort of ignored. And then she cheats on him, he gets angry, and then he killed himself.
Mhm.
It's considered the one of the best worst movies of all time because of the weird dialogue. Like there's a dialogue in a bar where the protagonist speaks with his best friend and he tries to he's starting to suspect his friend of of having a romance with his wife, right? And their dialogue looks like this. Something like, I have a new client. Oh, tell me about your client, says the best friend. I can't. Why not? I cannot tell you, it's confidential. Anyway, how is your sex life? And this is the dialogue. I cannot tell you, it's confidential. Anyway, how is your sex life? I can't tell you, why not? You know? This is the thing that this movie is just famous for. This sort of dialect, or this. Oh yeah, you have Maya Mayor has seen The Room. Yeah, you are tearing me apart, Lisa. Is of course a famous line from the movie.
Das ist ein Eufenkrug.
And there is the famous line in which the best friend of the protagonist tells a story of a woman that cheated on a guy, and he beat her up so hard that she ended up in a hospital on Guerrero Street. You know.
Goodness.
And the protagonist reacts with this, ha ha ha, what a story, Mark. That's also a famous line, that to a horrific story the protagonist reacts with this ha 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 laughter and what a story, Mark. So yes, it's a movie. You should watch it. It's a legendary movie. So das is. Das is. Okay, so co to jest, what is it, will be how. How will it be said? I have not seen the platform. I have not seen the platform to answer the question. But yeah, how will you say it in Yiddish?
Co to jest? Was ist das?
Was ist das?
Is.
Is? So it's no longer is?
No, it's is. It's I sein.
Wait, so in the example before it's das is.
Yeah, das is. But if you're saying what is it, it's was.
Was. Okay.
Is.
Was is.
Dos.
Was is das?
Dos.
This is interesting. In German, you use like was ist das? Right?
Yeah, and there's even a really common saying that like ultra Orthodox Jews who speak Yiddish, they will say dos is dos, like you know, it is what it is, right? But it's literally it is, you know.
It is this. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect. We are learning Yiddish. Then we are learning Polish and Yiddish. Because
we are doing a language exchange.
We are multilingual here. So I find it interesting. I actually found it interesting from the get-go that all the A's from German and Yiddish become O's.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, did Yiddish change the A's to O's? Or did German change from older German to newer one?
So over time,
do you know the answer to that? Was German closer before to Yiddish, or did Yiddish change that, or did modern German change what used to be closer to Yiddish?
Modern German, because over time, vowels usually go down if you look at their morphology. So it should have like the standard German that people know, right? Which is very different from like the German that's spoken in particular parts of Germany.
Right.
It tends to have that ah sound, which is something that was more common in northern Germany, which is why you have like water in English, right? Water in Frisian, and because instead it starts with an ah sound as opposed to the ah sound.
Right. And I find it interesting. Okay, I find it grimly interesting. Okay, in a way that that Nazi Germany wanted to destroy Jewish people because and Yiddish actually has a portion of German culture in it, because Yiddish has elements of older German, which means by destroying Yiddish you also destroy elements of older German. if that makes sense. That was still in use. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
Or is it just nonsense?
No, it makes sense.
It's like I say this because I always say that cultures aren't like people often misunderstand what culture is, in my opinion, you know?
Hmm.
And culture is something that's always in flux, always mixing, always mingling. It's not something that's isolated and static. It's something that always, well, first of all, because people told me that I'm just trying to, um, I think it was even in our talk recently on stream about Jewish culture that I'm trying to expand culture to mean anything. But the problem is that culture actually does mean basically everything.
Hmm.
You know, culture is basically everything that surrounds us at all times. It's all part of culture, you know?
Hmm. Hmm.
And it's all and also all interacts with one another, you know, how we dress, how we think, how we live, what we eat, how we eat, etc. It's all culture, you know?
Exactly.
And language, gesticulations, everything, everywhere, all at once, unironically, is culture, you know? And it's in constant flux as well.
Right. And it's always contextual, etc.
Yeah, you know? And this is
Hmm.
why we have Yiddish words in Polish, Polish words in Yiddish, etc. Because those are not static and isolated things. You know, these are
Hmm.
things that interact with one another, exchange, enrich one another. You know,
Exactly.
I find it beautiful. So it's futile
Yeah.
to try to isolate culture or try to destroy it.
Yeah, like it's interesting because, Ladino, if I may just quickly insert something here, is
Of course, it's important.
it's the way, so because it starts with the Spanish, or the the older form of Spanish, it can be very, comprehensible to people that speak Spanish, but then there are things that also tell you, right, like where the Jewish people have had to live since 1492, especially, and one of those is like, thank you very much is merci mucho, thank you very much, but it's merci, right? It's like in
Right.
French, merci. And
Merci
then another
beaucoup.
thing, right? Exactly. And then in Italy as well, right? That's how we say grandfather and grandmothers. We say nonna and nonno.
Oh, that's a beautiful word.
Yeah, and so we use that for grandmother and grandfather respectively. But then you have something like Mazel Buena or Mazal Bueno. It's usually Mazal Buena, but it's that means good luck. But most people Mazel Tov, right? But pardon me, Mazel Bueno, not Mazel Buena.
Right.
People will say, right, Mazal Bueno. But it has Hebrew in the first part, and then Spanish, quote unquote, right, or Spanish in the second part. But that's like how it exists in Ladino.
So if I say me llamo Lucy,
Mm-hmm.
how will you say this in Ladino?
So usually you would just say me, um, me llamo, me llamo Lucy.
So you change the me to me?
Yeah, me llamo.
Me llamo Lucy.
Mhm.
Interesting. Very interesting. I
But another thing, too, like
even
when you write it out.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, like when you write it out, at least if you don't write it out using Hebrew characters, right? But like if you were to write que es esto, right? Which is what is this, or what is you wouldn't write it like you would in Spanish, which is QUE. You write it KE because it's written, it's transliterated phonetically. It's not transliterated like how it's spelled.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Also, there's a question I noticed. Chow, chow is something that's just was spread, that's used in lots of many places, and that's because one of the proximity to Italy, and also like the connection to, for example, the merchant states that used to exist, like Ragusa, and other such ones that were on the Greek and Adriatic coast.
That's right.
So,
And you also has the Vietnamese Xin Chao.
right. Yeah.
What is your opinion on grammar drills language learning? Says Moho.
For me, or is that for you?
I guess for both of us, I think you're here, so you're part of
Yeah,
the experience.
sure. So for me, I personally think that if you learn, at least in my opinion, if you learn how to engage with people in the language and immerse yourself in the culture, that you begin to learn a lot of the grammar contextually, and then it's more like when you're younger, right? Because like when you're young, you don't learn by doing grammar drills, right? You learn by using the language.
Yeah,
And so to me, I've always found that people retain much more of what they learn when they're using the language and they're actually having to use it constantly.
yeah. Especially since apparently a lot of the things that we took for granted that older people just don't learn as well languages. Apparently, that's more myth than actual hard reality.
Yeah. And yes, spoken languages. So written languages, like one thing we have to learn is like the preference, I guess, societal preference that in Western cultures that we give to the written word is one a very modern thing. But also another thing too is that, by definition, a dictionary is always out of date, so to speak. And
Right,
that's why linguists will tell you that, as what matters is being understood, not,
right,
as it were, like how close you are to this rule that was written in 1859, right?
right.
For that. So
It was very
yeah.
interesting because I've been on this panel about affirmative action,
Mhm.
and during it, the person that led the panel started
Mhm.
talking about the fact that there's this one proper way that people should speak English. There's this proper English that should be, universal. And I sort of pushed back against it by saying that, first of all, there is no such thing as one proper universal pronunciation within a country. There's no one proper universal, dialect. Such a thing does not exist, right? I mean, you're a basic. You know many languages. That's I assume that you would agree with this, right? That there is no such thing as just a proper, correct accent, so to speak, right?
Mhm. Right. I mean,
And
like,
yeah,
yeah. Oh, I was just gonna say, like, whatever is the prestige dialect now has no indication of what the prestige dialect will be,
yeah,
10 years from
and
now, 50 years from now,
like
etc.
that, like the a standard language to me has some uses. Like it's certainly a crutch for foreigners, for example, when they start learning a language. To have this
Mm-hmm.
sort of thing to start learning, right? That is
Right.
certainly a thing, but it does not mean that there is objectively this standard correct language. That's one thing that I said, right? And the other thing that I said, that in countries like English is not really also necessary for people to exist, and that there exist groups of people, communities that do not speak English at all, live within these societies. And the person that led the panel asked sarcastically, and how are those people doing? And I said, well, they're doing actually pretty well, because there's this notion that people like that are sort of cut off from economy, of wider economy, but that's not like, if you have, I'll give you an example. If you have a society that speaks in um, let's say, for example, Chinese or Spanish or any other language, all of the people within the community don't have to be connected to the wider um, English speaking economy. All it takes is a few businesses or a few people that are connected to the wider economy, and the rest of the community can sort of internally exist while cooperating with those few points of access to the wider economy, if that makes sense. Oh, Shakespeare said they were gonna be back in a moment. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to the does that make sense to the audience? Moho says, I agree. I like often see people practice a lot, but I don't even know what the word grammar meant before learning a second language. I will be homosexual soon. Home. I meant to type home, but autocorrect got me. Damn. Oh my goodness. I love the autocorrect thing. Yeah. But I'm wondering what Shakespeare take on what I just said is.
I have something to add, I guess.
Yeah.
One of the things is it's interesting because, again, people do stress like, oh, you need to be global, you need to think, always accommodate an English speaking audience and to always do that. But some of the most successful places, right? It's like it doesn't matter whether they have like an English language website or something like that, right? It's that they are an integral part of their community, and that's what allows them to, right? Like for a restaurant to have that wonderful food, or for a bookshop to have these wonderful poets that it has, etc. Right? Like it doesn't necessarily need those things, and that is something that has been stressed before. But I do agree with you that it's not like an absolute necessity.
Yeah. And the beauty of a multicultural and multilingual societies is that within a single country, whole societies can exist speaking, that there is no one correct language, that communities can exist within a language and be fine, right? Like even pre-World War II, Poland was such an example. Like there was a whole thriving Jewish community and many people spoke primarily Yiddish, and they weren't sort of cut off or just lost because they didn't speak Polish,
Right. And I think, to me, another thing is that standardization, if anything, has been used to accelerate language death, right? Like to harm minority languages, to harm, especially when there is a standard dialect that is chosen over the other, or in other places like in India, right, where Hindi, which is a Indo-European language, is the official language, right, or one of the two official languages. So then either people who speak Dravidian languages have to learn something that's not in their language family. In two cases, either they learn English or they have to learn Hindi, right? And it might not correspond to their culture in any way, right? And to me, it's like they shouldn't have to, right, do such a thing, right? That instead the community should be formed so then that way they can have their own language and their own culture and embrace that. And obviously people will speak Hindi or English, right? But it's but that's without needing to force it on people, right?
Yeah. Greater Rain says, I assume having English enabled much greater exposure, not just for English-speaking countries, but everywhere, since for better or worse, English is considered pretty standard. Yes, but we have to remember that not all walks of life sort of require or necessitate exposure, if that makes sense. You know? Does that make sense? It's like if you were like a person that has like in the US that has let's say even Spanish, right? And you're a restaurant owner and you only speak Spanish and nothing else. You don't really need to learn a new language to have exposure, right? Your business can speak for itself. Your food, the food that you're serving, can speak for itself, right?
Right, and another thing too is like what yeah, I don't know if you ever heard what happened in Quebec, right, where they have the French language police, right, that actually can enforce like fines and such, and they had this where at an Italian restaurant they had the word pasta, and they said you have to translate that into French, even though pasta is like known everywhere in the
Right.
world for what it is. But they're like, no, you have to translate it to pâte alimentaire, and it's like, yeah, it's pasta, right, in French, but it's like, but people know what pasta is, so
Right. Everybody knows what pasta is.
exactly. It's like taco. It's like you don't have to
Yeah.
create some elaborate, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And Mojo says, I don't know. I feel kind of mixed about these things. Like standardization is nice because you can actually talk to people, but the depth of language is sad. But the utility of languages kind of falls off if you only know like two people who talk, and then you will like lose the capacity of to talk in. I feel like we overcome this with being multilingual. You know?
No, in fact, I was going to say something like that too. I mean, like that's assuming that people only speak one language or another, rather than more. Most people tend to speak multiple languages. It's very, so at the very least two. So I that's why I think that yeah, standardization is useful for communication over large distances. Sure. I would say that isn't, as it were, the same thing as like keeping culture/language alive, right? Like that's more
Right.
something else, right? That facilitates
And
trade, etc.
keep in mind, because if we agree and it is basically accepted as fact right now that different
Mhm.
languages facilitate different ways of thinking about things, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
It also then follows that if you try to standardize a single language, you also in effect try to standardize a single way of thinking. You know?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Also, I would say that for the language revival aspect, Mayan technically never stopped being a living language because the Spanish never completely were able to subjugate the Yucatan Peninsula. Latin, I mean, it's been a dead language because it's only been liturgical, and you can't really speak it, anywhere. Like, yes, technically, there are places where you can read. I mean, people can learn Latin, but
Well,
there's
some
no.
would say that I've heard people say that Latin in a way never died because, for example, Italian
Well, yeah. Well, I mean,
exists.
that's right, and well, that's interesting because like that's essentially how we have to think about the Romance languages, right? It's like they are Vulgar Latin, right? As they develop in relationship to where it was spoken, right? Like in the
Right.
Iberian Peninsula, right? You have these different dialects of Latin, of Vulgar Latin, becoming what we now know as Spanish or Castilian, right? But you also have Aragonese, Leonese, Galician, Mirandese,
Right.
Portuguese, etc.
Italian.
So Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry. No, I was responding to what they're saying about trying to decipher the writings. Yeah, that's different from the spoken language. Like the spoken language, uh, remained as remained like people like the ancient glyphs, is because of a loss of connection with the culture, with particularly because it was restricted to one part of the culture, particularly like the priestly caste, I guess one way of thinking of it. But like writing in indigenous languages as such was done just in the Roman script after the colonization, because Nahuatl also never stopped being spoken in the Mexico City area and where everywhere else where it's spoken. It just no longer was written as it was written prior to the conquest.
right. And I guess we can speak a bit to the Hebrew as well, right? That I think we both sort of said that it's sort of that colonist or revival is technically speaking not exactly right
Right.
because Hebrew never fell out of use, sort of. It never became dead because Jewish culture strongly uh, Hebrew was a strong part of culture. Like it was a holy language that was used for religious purposes, but also religious life was a huge part of overall culture. People learned Hebrew, people read it, people studied Torah in Hebrew, people commented on the Torah, and I think it was done in Hebrew as well. So it was used. Like when we say revival, or rather when the Zionist movement spoke of revival of Hebrew, they spoke of it in the sense of Hebrew becoming a national language of the Jewish people. You
And
know?
not only that, but implicitly and explicitly, they wanted to construct a modern Hebrew,
Yes.
which was desacralized, right? Which was
Yes. Exactly. Yeah.
more from the pardon me from the liturgical context.
Yeah.
And
What I wanted to say is basically the revival means bringing Hebrew to the streets.
right. And what's important though is that of course, like when people say dead language, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily means that it. So people use it in a way that can include right languages that have fallen into disuse, except for in the liturgical context, as well as.
But the
Uh,
the problem of this is like technically
mhm,
speaking, like while technically speaking Hebrew was only in the liturgical sense, it was still such a huge part of people's lives that it was
yeah,
like it wasn't just it's not the same as with Latin that people just came in, listened to some of it in in the
right,
church and then left and that was it. A lot of people just constantly studied it. It was part of their it was like people knew Yiddish and people knew Hebrew,
yeah.
side by side. It wasn't divorced from everyday reality.
Exactly. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. And that's what I'm trying to say is that when people say that it became dead or liturgical, right? That is to say that it was no longer the national language, right? It was no longer a language that, so to speak, was the as it's in the streets, right? It doesn't mean that lots of people didn't know it. It's just that it was never used outside of the sacralized context, right? Which is why when the Zionists wanted to construct modern Hebrew, they specifically chose to like create terms that would desacralize, or rather, it would take influence
Right.
from
I have actually
European, etc.
I have actually a few thoughts on that. Like Latin I think gets a bit complex. When do we start calling what is the historical census on calling Latin dead?
Well, what that means is that it's not used in everyday use. Like
Yeah,
it's
but
not.
what I mean is when did it start being called dead? Is what I mean.
Well,
Historically.
it started to be called that pretty early. Well, earlier than people might think. And that is because, of course, you have what is well uh, the so once you have the decline of the old pardon me, of the Western Empire, right, in 414, etc., right? That's when you are well. Another thing too is we have to remember is that there was a classical Latin, right, and
Right.
then there was the Vulgar Latin. So if we're gonna
Because
say
like
Latin in general, yeah, go ahead.
oh sorry, I asked because for example the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth existed till 1795. That was the last sort
Mm-hmm.
of you had the free partitions. The third was in 1795, and the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth had like a few official languages. One was Polish, one was
Mm-hmm.
Latin, and one was Lithuanian.
Mm-hmm.
So what did that mean for the status of Latin as being dead if it was like the one of the official languages of the country?
Right. So usually when people are talking about languages and language death in the modern sense, right? That means that it isn't the average, like it isn't one spoken. It isn't spoken at home, right? Like people are not being raised speaking that language, right?
Right,
Um, so that's one of the big things is that Latin was no longer something that people grew up speaking, but of course there's always the thing that vulgar Latin, right, became the Italian languages, the French, the Gallic languages, the Iberian languages, etc., the Romanian languages. And so in that sense they continued on, right, but they're obviously now so far different from it, right, and different languages from the Romance language family in
right,
particular, right, keep some like for example like Spanish keeps kept the Latin term for dinner, right, which is cena, but what is in Spanish cena, right? Um, Whereas in Italian they don't have that, but then they have the word like in Rome itself, like the city of Rome, like the Italian, like they have a dish called cacio e pepe, right? And cacio instead of formaggio, right, is in standard Italian.
mm-hmm.
Cacio is the way how closer to the classical Latin caseum, right, which is where you get a cacio, right, which means cheese, and also Käse in German, which means cheese as well, right,
Right.
and queso.
Like I also have a few thoughts on the Hebrew. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
maybe I have fallacious thinking, but
Mm-hmm.
what happened with Hebrew does not feel as much revival in practice as much as a birth of a new Hebrew. Do you know why I think so?
Why is that?
Because the old biblical Hebrew could not very well be discarded. It exists still and is still used.
Right.
And both are Hebrew, but biblical Hebrew is actually quite a lot different than the modern Hebrew, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it.
It has like a lot of more complex grammatical things when it comes to those diacritics. It has a lot of like in modern Hebrew, you many of them overlap and just means simple a I u e o, and in the biblical you have like differences how you read them, the length, the pronunciation, etc. And it in practice you just end up with two separate Hebrews.
Right. Yeah. And they are two separate Hebrews.
So
Because even
you just end up with two separate languages to learn.
It's not more simplified or intuitive. It's just that it was constructed, right, taking into account the fact that there were now all these words and all these and the grammar and everything that had changed, right, as as time had passed, that now they had to account for. But because they used other languages as the basis for what the words were going to be, what the grammar was going to be, what the pronunciation was going to be, then that is why it's considered constructed, as opposed to like it being like coming back into usage would be like biblical Hebrew in a being used day to day, right? That is like a child that you are raising is learning the language as their primary language, right? And so that's
Right.
and so this is where the idea of extinct languages and dormant languages, right, are sort of kind of come into play, right? Where dormant means that they're still important, right, for a community, kind of like Hebrew was, right? Um, but um, but it wasn't it like people learned it, right? They learned the alphabet, but it wasn't something that they learned at home, so to speak, right? Like it's not the language of daily life.
It's
In
a
fact, instead it was Yiddish or Ladino, et cetera, or
yeah.
national languages.
Like it's a bit different because grammatical rules differ from biblical Hebrew and modern Hebrew.
Yeah, it's so distinct. It's very hard for me to I mean, it would be very hard to say that they're essentially the same, right? But I do know that people want to. So yeah, yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons why, because everything was one, trying to make people learn Hebrew and use it as the language of everyday life, which it had already stopped being, and then also choosing specific aspects that they would take and use. Like for example, like the example I always give is like potato, right? Potato, like when they were thinking of what are we gonna call potato, which is something that comes from the Americas. Instead of them trying to think like, well, if people would have spoken Hebrew at the time that the Americas was discovered, which people did, right? What would they have said? Well, in Arabic you have batata, right? But instead they use metapuach haaretz,
Right.
which
We
which
even have like a thing we can read together if you
mhm,
would like.
mhm.
It's here. I can read it for you. The article, How Different Are Ancient Hebrew and Modern Hebrew by Nikki Foster. And we'll see if you agree or disagree with anything that's written here. Ready?
Mhm.
Ancient Hebrew, also known as Classical or Biblical Hebrew, differs noticeably, though not drastically, from modern Hebrew. The differences are mainly in the areas of grammar, phonology, and vocabulary. And speakers of modern Hebrew can typically read an ancient text without difficulty. This form comprises, although I did, from anecdotal experience, I've known like Israeli people that said that they actually did find it a big pain in the ass to learn how to read biblical Hebrew.
Right. Mhm.
Because like certain things just differ, like how you read them. Those diacritical signs that tell you how to read a, I, U, E, O, they just don't
Mhm.
mean simply a, I, U, E, O in biblical Hebrew from what I know. They also indicate how you read them. No?
Mhm. Mhm.
This
Yeah.
form, yeah?
Yeah. No. No. I was just gonna say. Yeah. Exactly. Like that's
Because
and not only.
like in modern Hebrew I can see like four different diacritics, and for example it just says, oh, this mean when you have this it means that you read after the that you put e after the letter, right? And in biblical Hebrew, each one of these diacritics means something distinct.
Mhm.
you know?
And that's kind of what we've spoken about, right? That it's like if you look at other Semitic languages around Hebrew, like with Arabic, right? Like you can see that like the Aleph used to be, or most archaeolinguists would say that it's or linguistic historians would say that it was like an sound, right? Like a more
Yeah.
glottal,
Yeah.
right? Um, but I would say that saying that the grammar, phonology, and vocabulary is not that different, or rather, it's not drastically different, is technically incorrect. I mean, again, this might be an academic like, oh well, it's incorrect because the phonology in this sense, right, is not. So I'm willing to admit that some people would say that, but I would say that again.
Feels drastically enough to me, to be honest.
No, exactly. And so,
Like, I don't know.
yeah.
Like the person says that most speakers have no problem, but there was this years ago. I played with a person from Israel on the PlayStation
Hmm.
4, you know,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
he said that that he found it a pain in the ass to learn to read biblical Hebrew. So it sort of indicates that it's not as natural and effortless as it may seem on first glance.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I wish that I could explain this in a way that was without me having to use the different Hebrews, which I don't want to do right now.
No,
Maybe.
that's okay. Like I went to a course of biblical Hebrew alongside
Hmm.
modern Hebrew,
Hmm.
right? And
Hmm.
like learning biblical Hebrew is just more difficult, you
Right.
know?
Um.
You're just
And Muhu says, "Wait, but Latin does get used every day in
it's
prayers."
moho. See, I explained this.
Oh, so I didn't see when they said that.
Yeah,
Uh,
moho.
but like for me, I see it and I immediately think like French, right?
Moho. Because Moho lives in Japan.
Oh, interesting. Moho. Okay. Um, so like Latin does get used, but again, that's not in the context of like rearing a child, right? Like a baby doesn't grow up speaking Latin. In fact, the first person that we have that we know sort of did that, right? Um, or rather, that was raised, using that, they actually chose to do it with, oh gosh, why am I forgetting his name right now? Montaigne, the Le Comte de Montaigne. He was raised by his parents only speaking Latin in their home, right? Kind of what Eliezer ben Yehuda did with modern Hebrew, right? In his household. And so he was the first person in 1,000 years to be raised, right, only in a Latin context, right? But of course, he lived in France, so he still had to learn, French, right? So
Oh.
yeah, new can mean a lot of things. New can mean like hurry up and get to the point. But new can also mean like, what do you mean? I mean, it's very contextual. So yeah.
Oh. Fake Cal Parker says, Lucy, you fool. You have given me fuel to create a new challenge. Nice. So it says like modern Hebrew phonology is based on that of Sephardic Hebrew, while the Yemenite dialect that developed in the Middle Ages is probably closest to the phonology of ancient Hebrew. The
Mhm.
differences in syntax or grammar between ancient and modern forms are based largely on influence from Ashkenazi Hebrew and Yiddish. In addition, the
Mhm.
modern Hebrew language incorporated many loanwords and neologisms necessary to discuss things that did not exist in ancient Hebrew. The ancient form is still used by speakers in literary and liturgical contexts and is taught in Israel's public schools. Elements of it are also used from time to time in spoken modern Hebrew and in one Israel and in the Israeli media. So I don't know. I think there's more to it than just pure revival,
Hmm.
which
Yeah.
also again sort of it sidelines a lot of important Jewish culture by sidelining Yiddish and Ladino for that matter.
Mhm.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
if Israel took such an aggressive official stance against Ladino as well as Yiddish.
Uh. Yes. Essentially, um, there was like it was never protected. Even to this day, it's not really given the protection that other like Yiddish, for example, or Russian are given in Israel. And so that's why it's declined greatly.
Which is very
Um,
strange because people proudly speak of the history of like
mhm.
Spanish Jewish people, right? In those times. It is being
Oh,
spoken of, right?
yeah. In
But at the
fact,
same time the language is being killed. Like it's hard for me to
yeah, no, that's really interesting. But in fact, there's actually a movie. There's actually only one American movie that was ever produced that is actually partially in Ladino, and it's actually about Jewish people that lived in during the First World War, I believe, in Jerusalem, and it's starring Tom Hanks, and it's called Every Time We Say Goodbye. And the whole time that the Jewish people, as they would have back then, right, is that they spoke Ladino everywhere but in the shul, right, except for the synagogue.
right.
That's the only space because remember, Hebrew is a lashon as lashon hakodesh, right? The holy tongue. So
Yeah.
you can only use it in that context, or at least that's how it was imagined, you know, or conceived, I should say, rather, up until. But yes.
Until recently, to be honest.
Mhm.
But it's very weird that on the one hand, like people who are very purely pro-Hebrew and anti-Yiddish, for example, will say we are really proud of the history of, for example, the Jewish community in Poland that was here.
Mhm.
That was like, it had everything, but at the same time rejects one of the primary things that made it what it was. It's Yiddish culture.
Mhm.
It's like I don't. It's very, you know,
Yeah.
it's very sad, especially since Jewish people also were historically very multilingual. So even if you want to have Hebrew as an everyday language, I don't think it necessitates killing Yiddish and Ladino. I think you can promote
Mhm.
a culture of having these languages as Jewish languages without seeing anyone as superior to the other.
Right. Do you mind if I actually, just quickly speak to that? Like, because I guess like one thing is the way how we're kind of making it seem is like somehow, it happened that they chose. I guess I want to make sure that people understand that.
Yeah, you want
Um,
to speak of the. Interestingly, those language wars are mentioned in many readings that I'm doing right now. I'm reading about the Yiddish press in Poland.
mm,
The language wars are also mentioned there. So if you could give us a
yeah,
breakdown, because I assume that is what you want to speak about, right? The language wars.
I do want to talk about the language wars because so they're often so the way that they could be called is milchemet hasafot, literally like the war of languages, I guess, or yeah. And this was when it was still Ottoman Palestine. Okay, so this is how early it was,
Yes,
which
right.
was
Because
which,
like
mhm,
yeah. Sorry for my weird interjections. Like Linda Isaac Bashali Singer said, the socialists wrote that the Ottoman Sultan would not allow it to happen anyway.
Right. And so the German Jewish, so this is why it's a at first, right, once when they had when the Hilfsverein der Deutschen Juden, right, which is the help agency of German Jews, opened in Palestine in 1905. So this is still under the German Empire. I said, like, this is before, right, the First World War. They had
The
started
end of the 19th century, correct?
at the end of the 19th century, right, like right at the turn of the century. They had created first a technical high school, and then the first actual institution of higher learning in Palestine that was, like, of Western standards, right? And it used the language of science at the time, which was German, and was also tied to the fact that, again, it's the Hilfsverein der Deutschen Juden, right? It's the German Jews, right? So they were the ones that were in charge of, like, because their organization sponsored the HaTechnion, as it's now called. It used to be called der Technikum in Haifa. There were people who, there was a war, right? Large, heated debate that occurred between whether or not, whether German or Hebrew should become the language spoken by Jewish people in Palestine, right? And so one of the things that they were able to use was the fact that since Hebrew did not have the technical terms at the time, right? Like, this is why, right, they added things into it. And this is actually why, this is when Hebrew starts to go to English and use it as its kind of basis as well. Is that that's why German for a long time is able to stay above Hebrew in this. And so what ended up happening also is that then, after the foundation of the State of Israel, there was also the banning of Yiddish, for example.
Interesting.
So either policy, right, even before World War I to after World War II, were always, it cannot be Yiddish, right? It cannot
That's
be a
interesting.
diaspora.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because, like, okay, maybe I should I'll go upstairs. If you could talk to the audience for a bit, I'll come with the book and I'll
Sure.
sort of come with it and I'll translate what is being said in the book, because
Sure.
a little bit of a different word seemed to have been happening within Poland itself. So I'll be
Sure, I'd
right.
love to.
I'll be right back.
Okay, hi Chad. I hope you can hear me. So I'm going to keep talking a little bit more about the language wars, if that's okay. So the War of the Languages, as it could also be called, was a cornerstone event, right? Like, it was seen as the beginning when the War of Languages, right, happens, is at its highest point, right, when it's at its most, like, people are debating everywhere, like all over Palestine, people are trying to, build large libraries, all of this stuff. And another thing too that I want to make clear about this is that it wasn't split necessarily on ideological lines, right? So it wasn't Zionists that wanted Hebrew and, people that were more just like, that were Zionists but say had a more socialist vision, right, that wanted German or something along those lines. People from all over the spectrum always had different opinions. What exactly is Esperanto? So Esperanto is a constructed language that was created in Poland, actually, and so it was constructed to create a language that has no irregular verbs, right, that takes away the hardest parts, essentially, of learning a language, right? So one example is like to say I love you in Esperanto, right, is mi amas vin, right? So it's literally me, right, I, amas, love, and then vin, right? So I and you are always like that, right? Like there's never a usted or tú, right? It's always vin, right? Me is always I, right? Or me, right? It exists as both. So it essentially was constructed to be as easy as possible to learn. And the inspiration was to create a language that united all of the different major language families of Europe. So that is to say, all the major sub-language families of Europe, because they're all already Indo-European, but to look at all of them and to try to create words through using, right, the basis of that. So, well, the main thing is they wanted to make it easy to learn, right? So they wanted to make something that was not as alienating. So they believed as like people that did keep up, like, like the grammar rules and all of that stuff of older languages, as they kind of would talk about them, right? Like Polish or German or whatever it might be. So instead, they wanted to create a new language, right? And in the word Esperanto is the word for hope. Like it literally means like hope, right? Like esperanza, right? Or speranza in standard Italian, right? So that was the whole point, is that it was, you know, uh, is that again that the grammar was simplified so that then anyone from any one of the many different language groupings in Europe could learn the language and it wouldn't take them a long time to do that. So that's what Esperanto is. It's just a constructed language.
I agree. Also, I'm back.
Mhm.
So, do you ever do the little book sniff thing?
I think to me, all book lovers do that.
True. I do the little, So it says, I've showed you this book.
Hmm.
Speak in your own name. See that? Do you see it in the stream?
Yeah, I see.
It's about the press.
Yes.
And it says here, in the history of the widely understood Jewish press,
Hmm.
the appearance of the everyday Yiddish press was an element of. It was one of the key elements of a particular language war, which waged among the people that wanted traditional Eastern European Jewish languages, which was waged among people both of the traditional languages of the Eastern European Jewish people, so Yiddish and Hebrew. So it was a Yiddish-Hebrew war. And within the 19th century, it was the language topic which was one of the most difficult discussions about the Jewish identity. And also it dictated the direction of the internal discourse about the Jewish nation. So the people that were the followers of Zionism saw the rebirth of Hebrew as a fundamental part of the Jewish nation within Palestine. Yes, the word Palestine is used. Because you mentioned that some people say that Palestine was not a thing that was used.
Right.
And this is an interesting part. So Zionists thought that the fundamental part of creating a Jewish nation within Palestine was Hebrew, even if the most common way they expressed it was in all of the languages but Hebrew. And a different groups of people that were because this is very interesting as well, because the the word that you're speaking of is a bit different in one key aspect, and it will become clear now, right? And different matter of proponents of the diaspora put an equal sign between the Jewish nation and the users of Yiddish. Even, and this also has an even if those proponents of Yiddish had to learn Yiddish first. And the multilingual nature was a matter of functionality, and it was never by itself considered an ideological plus, if that makes sense. It was, in fact, the opposite. It was often seen as something that stood in the way of reaching a compromise. Well, Jewish publication which wanted to address its people had to include 3 different languages used by the community, from which 2 were native languages, own languages, and 1 was a foreign language. It wasn't about the form of the work itself, but it was about certain frictions within communication, and it was about communication differences. A famous Jewish leader said that a Jewish called a fight among Jewish people not just a fight with geography, but also a fight with philology. And the steps made by the editor-in-chiefs of the Yiddish press sort of went into a long tradition of internal reforms of the Jewish life, whom expressed their ideas and propositions in Hebrew, German, Russian, or Polish. The newcomers came in, so the Litvacy, right? The newcomers came in and chose the simplest and unbeatable tool. They communicated to the masses in their own language, so Yiddish, They created the Yiddish press. And it's not an exaggeration to say that to the Jewish society who lived within the Russian Empire, because the Polish parts were within the Russian Empire, it was a social revolution. And
Yes.
And so on and so forth. And of course, when I said 3 languages, 2 languages that were sort of native and 1 foreign, I mean Hebrew, Yiddish, and 1 foreign language would be Polish, Russian, or whatever else, right? And so this becomes a little bit like a war of the diaspora versus Palestine settlement, in a way, which would explain a bit the hostile nature of Israel to Yiddish, because it's said here that many people who preferred the diaspora saw Yiddish as the language of Jewish people. And there's an important word that we also use, the Yiddish land, right? The idea of Jewish people not having a single land to bind them, but a language and a culture that binds Jewish people across the world. A world culture, not just a culture and language of a single piece of land.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it stands in certain amount of opposition, those two ideas, the idea of a nation state and a piece of land and a language that represents the nation state to a degree, a national language, and Yiddish, which is as it's stated in a different book called The Spacious Yiddish Land, a soft counter proposal to the nationalist ideas and the idea of a language that is not actually tied to a single specific area, but it's a language of the world,
Right.
right?
I can just add on something to that too. To sort of add to this, is that another thing we have to remember is that when Hebrew was being constructed in the 19th century, reconstructed in the 19th century, or constructed, right, or modern Hebrew was being constructed, is that it was constructed against Yiddish, right? Like it was there to not be Yiddish, right? And I think that's another thing too. Is like when we're talking about the language wars, right? Is also too. Oops, sorry. Is also too when they did ban Yiddish and when they also went against that is again the bourgeois classes, right? Like the petit bourgeois, the grand bourgeois, right? Like both of them wanted to get away from what was seen as a lesser language, right? Yiddish, right? Because it
Right,
was
because
exilic.
it was, and it's even a bit said here in the book that I just read. It was the language of the masses, Yiddish.
Exactly. And so that's why you see Hebrew and German, right? Two languages that were seen again because initially Zionism was very much a German Jewish thing, right? Especially because they don't one like that's why Theodor Herzl, right, when he writes the Jews are a bourgeois people in the Judenstaat. Well, I mean, one, he writes the Judenstaat and Altneuland in German, right? He doesn't write
Hmm.
the founding texts of Zionism, so to speak, or at least of modern Zionism, as we might think of it, in Hebrew. He wrote them in German, and so so there's this tradition that always was German Jews were going to found this, and it was supposed to be almost in tandem with the German nationalism of the time, right, of the late 19th century.
Unfortunately, it also continued into the 20th,
Right,
as we
exactly.
know of from certain projects that happen.
Yes, unfortunately, but that's why there was like a bourgeois class that were German, that wanted to keep German, and another bourgeoisie that were usually from the Russian Empire, as people would say back then, that it wanted it instead to be Hebrew, right? Especially since like Eliezer ben Yehuda was Russian, etc. So, but again, like I said,
Yeah.
Hebrew was constructed against, or as a way to undo Yiddish, right? Like, it was seen as, well, again, it did not want, um, like, hmm, I'm trying to word in a way that's really, that kind of talks about this. Okay, so, one thing is that the Hebraicists, right, the ones that wanted Hebrew to be the dominant language, they did not like the idea of hybridity, right?
Hmm.
So their idea was to like Yiddish is too mixed with so many other languages, whereas they wanted to have a I mean, like you almost want to say pure, but that's essentially it, right? Like they wanted a pure language that had been constructed, right, so as to not be, right, as it were, filled with Polish words, German words, Russian words, right, so to speak. So.
Yeah, and of course, what I said that there were a bit different wars, because you spoke of the German versus Hebrew, but it also had a very big assumption baked into it. It
Mm-hmm.
assumed the dominance of the. It was a war from the perspective of Palestine and
Mm-hmm.
later Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the word that is described here is basically between the Palestine settlement war and those who were pro-diaspora.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where the Yiddish entered because Yiddish represented the diaspora. So, was like the nation state war versus diaspora in a way, because diaspora was not tied just to one
Mm-hmm.
country. Like it was not
Oh.
like Poland versus Palestine, it was uh, settling in Palestine versus diaspora, which encompassed the world, right? Like even the rabbi who wrote who should lead the world Jewry into the future before the war, the rabbi said that it would be Poland, but the rabbi didn't say Poland would be the place of Jewish people. It just said that it would be a very central, how to say, like this very important place on the world stage, on a wider stage, that it would influence the world stage a lot. Not that it would be the place, if that makes sense. You know? You're still here, right? Ah, phone call. Oh my god. I spoke and spoke, and Shakespeare probably didn't even hear me. I'm so sad. How is everybody? How are we? I have a special surprise for everyone for later. So don't worry. I have a special Polish language related surprise for you all. You'll be so excited that you'll be like boom, 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 if you know what I mean. I hope you know what I mean. I'm good. That is good that you are good. So yeah, it was a really big thing, you know? And so I'm getting myself educated on the topics of how the Yiddish press became like the Yiddish press in Poland was huge. For certain neighborhoods in Poland, you had like even 90,000 copies. 90,000 copies of a newspapers sold countrywide, which is just, it's incredible. Oh, Shakespeare is out of the call for now. So we'll return to the topic soon, but Warszawa, Irva Embe Israel. So yes, It's about the differences in Polish Jewish people, Russian Jewish people, how the press became this unifying factor, which meant automatically that again Yiddish became this unifying factor, part of the Yiddish land. That's true. Shakespeare knows a lot. Have to read more. Have to read more so I can upgrade my knowledgeability. Oh. Oh, we're still listening to the lessons. So, I've learned a few phrases in Yiddish today. Das is and was is das? Was is das? What is it? In Polish, co to jest? Co to jest? So we're learning together. Don't worry. I'll be upgrading my knowledgeability. I've been reading a lot of books to catch up with the knowledgeableness of my guests. Do not be out-knowledged. Which, phew, as you can see, it can be very difficult, because some of the guests are quite knowledgeable indeed. This is a magazine. We're gonna wait for Shakespeare to finish the phone call. I'm gonna show you full screen. This is a magazine. It's called The Jewish Word. It's a Jewish one of the few Jewish magazines in Poland. It's a bilingual magazine. Hebrew here, Polish here. And it has articles like a short history of Jewish people in Ukraine. Not only the Promised Land, a talk with Andrzej Severin. We're gonna check that out actually. Oh! It's an actor. I assume an actor of the Jewish theater. Oh, in the Polish theater as well. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Słowo. The L with the line is pronounced like the W in the English word word. It does look like it does, yes. Yes, it is actually also a Hebrew letter. See? This is this. Well, słowo, yeah. Well, in Polish, W is written like V. Okay? In Polish, W is written like V. So, from my perspective, the V sound is the regular W. Oh my gosh. I actually forgot what this one is. So I have to consult. We would, oh wait. This letter is Shin. No, that's incorrect. No, it is correct. Shin. It's shin. It's either sh or s, depending on what. You can have a dot on top of it to the right or to the left. And depending on what dot you have, it's either s or shin or sin. That letter is. So would read it sloso żydowskie or sloszo żydowskie, if you would read it like as it should be. The cover. And then you have this. See? Because it has articles in Polish, but also it has a whole part written from the other side that is in Hebrew. So it's a bi-sided magazine. It costs 6 Polish złotys. I quite enjoy new writing system as well. Obviously I know the one that Polish is in. I know Japanese. I know Korean Hangul to a degree. I am working on the alphabet, and I will learn the Ukrainian Cyrillica. You know, the Ukrainian alphabet I will also learn. You know? It's very interesting. Shakespeare is gone. My goodness, gigglers. What are we gonna do? I have a few ideas of what we can do if Shakespeare is gone. I wanted to go through this lesson, but going through it with Shakespeare was such a good vibe, you know? Because I actually learned the Ukrainian alphabet. It's very intuitive. I prefer it actually. Nice. That is nice. That's nice. It's nice. Remember that the Cyrillic alphabet is slightly different in handwriting and in print. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, that the written language is quite different. A bit different. Oh, we do have content for today. Throaty. Have fake Alec Kyle Parker on. 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 Isn't fake Alec Kyle Parker at work? You're in the YouTube chat, which means that you're at work now. Are you able to comment while being at work? Are you able to come on while being at work? Okay, I know what we'll do. While we wait for Shakespeare, We're gonna do a bit of Warcraft. I have such big... We'll wait for 10 minutes for Shakespeare to come. And then we will giggle. You understand me? My feelings on the matter. Do you understand how I feel about these things? Huh? I have to... Huh? Sorry. Oh, I was... I didn't even... Apologies. I usually mute myself when I sneeze. I usually catch myself and... Right, okay, let me see. Wait, is it visible for you gigglers? I'm at work, that's the joke. Oh. I thought you'd call in from work, but I was like, how would that work? How would that work, fake Alec Kyle Parker? What am I supposed to even do here? Oh! Shipyardo! We're building a shipyardo. Okay, we're waiting for fake... I mean, we are waiting for fake Alec Kyle Parker as well, but we're waiting for Shakespeare. Ready to work, gigglers. How do you like this game? Warcraft 2. Taboo. Taboo. So it's taboo. Okay, so... Dos is... Vos is dos. Vos is dos. Vos is dos. Nice. You see, I'm becoming a Yiddish speaker. A sophisticated Yiddish speaker I am becoming. Zomtom. My next challenge will be Dark Souls 3 related. Oh, nice. Beautiful. Because I happen to have that game. Is it something impossible for me? Is it something that I'll never be able to do? Oh, Shakespeare is not back. Gigglers. Shordax. Jukami. Jukami. Work complete. Okay, we're gonna wait like 10 minutes and then we're gonna move on with the program. Oh, nope, it's not impossible to do. Jukami. Jokami. I've got an axe for you. Neutral here. So how have you been feeling about the language intensive stream? What an angry face. You know what? In a weird way, I like language, Lucy. Nice. In a weird way, the orc versus human, like the alliance versus horde dynamic in Warcraft 1 and 2 sort of reminded me of the dynamic of the Autobots versus Decepticons in the G1 Transformers. You know? Alright, it's done. Don't neglect your lessons, says me that I neglect my lessons all too often. Shakespeare, where are you? They're not destroying our city. Don't panic. Their city is not destroyed quite yet. They're destroying our city! No, they're not. No, they're not. The city is intact. Don't panic. Ta-da! Speaking of languages, my goodness. I'm gonna have to sit down after stream and learn. Learn. The beautiful landscapes. Zomtom. Squaboo. Alright. We'll wait till 30 past. Uh-oh. Wait, why are they so strong? What? Wait, are their stats being amped or something? What the hell? Looks like an elephant trunk.
Your command, Master. Zun.
Okay, we're gonna finish the game. It's 30 past, so I'm gonna just continue with the program. We're gonna go to the React. We're gonna finish the lesson. I'm gonna have to re-review it with Shakespeare, but we've got a program, we've got a stream plan to follow.
And then we just move the question word to the front.
So, co to jest?
How would you ask a question, what is this? What is this? Co to jest?
The same.
Co to jest? House or home in Polish.
It's interesting. But I would love to have Shakespeare to go for this lesson. The lesson is best when I can quiz someone and make them try to pronounce it. Because of course my pronunciation is going to be like professional. Because I'm a professional Polar. I'm a professional Polar. I'm like a polar duck. Almost a bear, but not. No bears. Polish pro.
Polish is dom.
Dom. Dom. Dom.
Dom.
Dom.
A house would be dom.
Dom. True. Dom. A house. Oh! Shakespeare is back! Okay, let's go. At least typing for now. Shakespeare. I have to go now. I told my mom. Let's go. Okay. Or okay, so Shakespeare is gone. Gonna do other things, so we have to do the lesson on our own. Dom.
So how would you say this is a house?
To jest dom.
To jest dom.
To jest dom.
In-
Das is dom in a mix of Yiddish and Polish.
In Polish, there are no articles like a or n that are in English. We simply
That's right. You don't have like to translate it. You don't say this is a house in Polish. You say this is house, which is interesting because when you do it in English, it sort of sounds like you're introducing a person called House, like House MD. This is House. But in Polish, it's sort of obvious that you're not. To jest dom. It's obvious in Polish that you're not speaking of a person called House, that you're speaking of a house. You know?
just use the noun. It is a house would be to jest dom.
To jest dom. You understand? Oh boy. Here's had access to the full course, 20 lessons through resources. Check the link in the description. Oh boy. We're not gonna do it for now, but the link is here.
If you want to say my, like my house, my home, it would be mój,
Mój. Mój dom.
mój. This middle letter, u, is pronounced similarly as in the English word food. Maybe slightly differently, but quite close.
Mój. U. U. U.
U,
U.
u,
Mój.
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 So how would you say my house?
Mój dom.
Mój dom. Mój dom.
Mój dom.
This is my house.
Actually, interesting that you say very similar to Polish so far. Dylan has uploaded like to Twitter a video of a missile striking and a person telling children don't cry. I assume it's a father telling his kids don't cry. And he says nie płaczcie, which is basically identical in Polish. Don't cry in Ukrainian is basically identical to Polish. Nie płaczcie.
To jest mój dom.
To jest mój dom.
This is my home.
To jest mój dom.
To jest mój dom. So again,
Das is. Das is. I'm still reviewing the Yiddish.
how is this is?
Das is.
To.
To jest.
If we want to ask a question, is this? And expect a yes or no answer, then we will say to jest,
To jest. To jest. To jest.
or czy to jest?
Czy to jest? Czy is basically I'm not sure how to translate the czy.
So as you can see, there are two ways of asking this question. One way is simply just put a question mark at the end and raise the intonation.
To jest?
Yeah.
To
So it's
jest?
like to jest,
To jest?
to jest.
To jest?
Intonation goes up.
To jest?
And the second option would be when we use the t word at the beginning of
What
the
are those?
and then it would be czy to jest?
Czy to jest?
to jest?
Czy to jest?
And then let's focus on this ch word. Ch. We can hear two sounds here. This first
Church.
ch sound is produced when we have two letters, C and Z, combined. Ch, ch. It's in a way close to the sound you can hear in the English word church. Still, it's slightly different. It's much harder than that.
Yeah, it's harder because church is much softer and tr, the Polish tr is much more, harder.
Ch.
Tr.
Ch.
Czy to jest?
And the final sound,
Y,
It's quite similar as in the word bill. in the English word ale, but again, it's not the same sound. This Polish is deeper. You open the throat more when producing the sound So this
Oh no.
whole word will be ch.
Open throat.
Ch.
Ch.
Okay, and then moving forward. How would you say this sentence? This is a house.
To jest dom.
To jest dom. How would you ask
Would.
a question?
A
Is
bit
this
different.
A house?
Czy to jest dom?
To jest dom?
I knew it.
Or czy to jest dom?
Czy to jest dom? To jest dom.
This is my house.
To jest mój
Would
dom.
be. To jest mój dom.
To jest mój dom.
And a question, is this my house?
Czy to jest mój dom? Czy to jest
Czy to jest
mój
mój
dom?
dom? Or to jest mój dom? Yes, in Polish is tak.
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 Tak. Because I'm a genius. Lucy knew how. I am a genius. Tak.
Yes, this is a house. Would be. Tak, to jest dom. Yes, this is my house. Tak, to jest mój dom.
Tak.
No or not in Polish is nie.
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 Let's now focus on the sounds in this word nie. The first letter n is produced similarly as in English n, but when we have an I letter, we will have the sound ni.
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 Ni. Yeah, Ukrainian
It's
uses
quite
tak.
similar to the sound in the word needle, but even more softer. Ni. Ni. So the word would be nie. Nie.
Nie.
How would you say the sentence? No, this is not a house.
Nie, to nie jest dom. Nie, to nie
Nie.
jest dom.
To nie jest dom.
Nie, to nie jest dom.
No, this is not my house.
Nie, to nie jest mój dom. Nie, to nie jest
Nie.
mój dom.
To nie jest mój dom.
Nie, to nie jest mój dom. Dom, dominatrix.
A store in Polish is
Sklep.
sklep.
Yes.
Sklep.
I knew it. I expected this to happen.
This is a store.
To jest sklep.
To
Nie.
jest sklep. Is this a store?
Czy to jest sklep?
Czy to jest sklep? Or to jest sklep? Yes, it is.
Actually, this gets a bit more tricky. Okay? This is a bit more tricky because if you ask czy to jest sklep, then you ask is this building a store? Okay? But if you ask to jest sklep, okay? Then many people will understand that as is this supposed to be a store? You know? So it can be a very shoddy store and you will ask to jest sklep? So, yeah, as in, is this supposed to be a store? Does that make sense? See, Siler, I taught you some language nuance right here. Right now. Right.
A store.
Do I have a special surprise for you all? You will love it. I trust that you will love it.
Tak,
I order
to
you
jest
to love
sklep.
it. I order you to love
No,
the
it isn't a
surprise.
store.
Nie, to nie jest sklep.
Nie, to nie jest sklep.
You can actually just say to nie jest sklep.
It is my store.
To jest mój sklep.
To jest mój sklep.
To jest mój sklep.
And, meaning like and also, when we add something more, in Polish is one letter word I.
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 And this I
I.
is like a squeaky I. Similar as in the English word meat. I.
No.
So how would you
That's
say?
actually
Yep.
incorrect. That's actually very incorrect. One moment. Because meat, E in meat is long. Meat. I think a better example would be meat. Like meat. The meat, the one that you eat, meat. Or eat even would be a better example. But not meat. Quick. They're not exactly said the same. It's like the difference between I'm exaggerating it, of course, but the length is not exactly the same. Meat is not meat. You know? Meat. You know? They're not the same phonetically. It's like pitch and peach. You know? Yeah, E is longer. Yeah, of course. I did exaggerate it, say meat, but it is longer, yeah. Like even in the, like you don't say the quick E in meat.
Yes and no. Tak.
Tak
I
I
nie.
nie is I think.
This is a house and this is a house. Would be. To jest dom I to jest dom.
To jest dom I to jest dom.
And the word and, but in the meaning while, but, when we want to give a contrast, then we have a word a.
A.
So this a here is used when we indicate a contrast or when we want to ask a question to find out more. And you? And what about you? This type of question.
A co u
We have this
ciebie?
A. So for example, when we want to say the sentence, this is a house and this is a store.
O, to jest
It would
dom,
be
a
like,
to jest
this is a
sklep.
house while this is a store. We are not focusing on just adding an additional part in the sentence, but somehow showing a contrast.
Yeah, we're contrasting.
Then we would say the sentence in Polish: to jest dom, a to jest sklep.
To jest dom, a to jest sklep. To jest
Or when we
dom,
ask
a
a
to
question,
jest
and
sklep.
this,
A
then we
to?
would say a to,
A to? A to?
All right, let's now summarize. Let's see all the words that were presented in this lesson, and let's also summarize the pronunciation plus the grammar rules. To.
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 Co.
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 Jest.
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 Dom.
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 Sklep.
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 I.
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 A.
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 Czy.
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 Tak.
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 Nie.
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 Mój.
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 And then let's go through the pronunciation. Let's focus on the sounds that occurred in the words in the lesson. So let's listen to the sound, an example, and you can also see what would be the approximate English sound. Sometimes there is no exact sound in English, so it just is an approximation.
Oh.
A.
A.
Tak.
Tak.
So this
A.
might be close as in the word father. Ah, ah, ah. Ah, still different, but maybe that would be a good starting point just to be able to produce it. Ah, ah.
A.
The other sound that occurred in the lesson was
T. T.
as in the word co,
Co.
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 It is similar as in the word
Tommy.
fits.
Tommy was so. T. From the room.
Then this combination of two letters makes the sound ch, 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 as in the word ch,
Ch.
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 This ch is quite close as in the word church. But the Polish ch is much harder. Ch, ch.
D.
Next sound that occurred was d,
D.
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 In the
Dom.
word dom.
Dom.
It's the same as
In
the
Atrix.
English sound d, as in the word
Dom.
dog.
In Natrix.
The next sound in the lesson was
E. E.
as in the word sklep.
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 It's similar as in the word ever.
Web like jak sklep. Web like web jak sklep.
The next sound is e.
I.
E.
I.
Like the word e.
I.
It's a squeaky e, like in the word meat.
Not quite.
The other sound was ye.
Yi.
Ye.
Yi.
Like in the word jest.
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 So it's pronounced as the sound ye, as in the word in English yes. Ye. Ye.
I.
Then we have k, k, as in the word tak,
Tak.
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 It's the same as in the word kick.
Kick.
The next one is l,
L.
like in the word sklep.
Sklep or levej.
It's as in English love, as an example.
Love.
Then we have
Levej.
m,
M.
as in the word dom.
Dom. In Atrix.
It's as in the English word mom.
Mama.
M, m.
Mummy.
Then we have n,
N.
like in the word on.
On.
It's as in the English word nose.
Nose.
N.
Or rose.
But when we have the I letter after n, it's more soft. Then the two letters combined will make the sound ni.
Ni.
Ni. As in the word nie.
Nya.
Nie.
Nya.
It's close to the sound in the English word needle, but
It's
slightly different.
it's actually not even close. You say ni. You say needle, not needle. No, it's different.
Slightly softer.
It's
Nie.
nya.
Ni.
You say needle. You say needle.
So
It's-
just
it's
remember,
different.
if you find an E sound or I letter
Yeah, I
after
don't
a
wanna.
consonant, it makes the consonant softer.
Needle. 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 Ah.
More sounds were like oh,
Ah.
oh,
Ah.
as in the word dom.
Dom. Enatrix.
So it's similar as in the word not in English.
Not.
So it's not like an O sound.
Not.
So you won't say dome. No, it's
Actually, you
dom.
don't say just not. You say not. So it's different. It's like you don't have the sound oh and not. Don't say dom. You say dom. The same way you don't say not. You say not. Do not do it. Not. You don't say do not do it. You say do not do it. Yeah is Vosh's favorite word. Wait, is it?
Dom. Dom. Oh, oh, oh. Nothing. No rounding. Nothing like that. The next one is
Ooh.
oo,
Ooh.
like in the word
Ooh.
muy.
Muy. Muy.
This o
Muy.
is pronounced as in the similarly as in the English word food. Slightly different, but just
It's very different actually. We don't say food. You know? Muy food. You don't say food, you say food, not food. Sometimes people say nie in a gibberish dismissive way.
maybe
Nie.
to compare
Nie,
something.
nie, nie, nie.
O, muy.
U.
Then we have p, like in the word sklep.
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 Sklep. Web,
Similarly
web,
as in
jak,
the
sklep.
English word pot.
Pot.
At the beginning, we can see
Pot.
Then we have as in the word yes,
Yes.
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 Similarly as in the English word sad.
Sad.
Then we have like in the word ta,
Ta.
ta,
Ta.
as the sound in the English word top.
Top. See, so we've had both the words dom and top. So if there's anything that you have learned from today's lesson, it's dom and top. Thank you.
And this one is
E.
like in the word ch.
Ch. It's like
Ch.
it's e.
Similarly, but not the same as in the English word ill.
Ill. Ill.
And then let's review the grammar part. So when we want to identify some objects, point at them, we will use this to jest
To jest.
construction. Like to jest sklep.
To jest
This is a
sklep.
store. So we will like point at something, identify
To jest
something,
sklep.
then we use to jest.
To jest. Ta jest. To jest.
And I also mentioned that there are no articles in Polish, like and in English.
A-N, not
When we want to say
E-N.
this is
A.
a house, we will simply say to jest dom.
To
And
jest
if you want to
dom.
ask yes, no question, then you add the ch word at the beginning, or you can raise the intonation. For example, is this a house? You would say, czy to jest dom? Or to jest dom? And let's finish this lesson with a dialogue. Try to understand as much as possible.
Okay.
Czy to jest sklep?
Czy to jest
Nie,
sklep?
to nie jest sklep.
Nie, to nie jest.
Co to jest? To jest mój dom. Well done, you have completed the first lesson.
Oh my
to
God!
build up your Polish course.
Amazing. So now I have a beautiful surprise to you all, okay? We're gonna try out our beautiful skills in practice, okay? We're gonna try our skills in practice. It's time for the big giggling. Listen to me, gigglers. Listen to me. Listen to me, gigglers. Listen to my words of wisdom. Wisdom. Now we do the Polish language in practice. I will show you the best Polish. I have to edit. Tak, Lucy. Yo. Ooh, it's already on. I've already prepared it. Are you ready for this? That's right. It's the ultimate Polish test.
I see you gather before me,
Okay, listen.
hungry, terrified.
Why is it? I hate this. No, we're not. We're not doing this. I'm gonna. Wait, what's happening? That's. Huh. What? Okay, I'm gonna have to. It is, but we want to play it in Polish. Okay, well, I'll try again. I'm gonna try this again, gigglers. I'm gonna try this again. Polski, that's right. Polski język. Was ist das? Was ist das? Was ist das? Was ist das?
Was asleep amidst the trees. That's all swaying in the breeze. But when so light anxious while
Rosyjski. Okay, let's me see new game. Fresh start. Story and soar. Let's see what the language will be. If it's gonna be English, I'm gonna be mad. What happened to the game? Oh, Jesus. I didn't know that Witcher was so demanding. It's voiced in Polish, that's the whole point. It is actually voiced in Polish, yeah. I just hope it worked. You don't like Yennefer? Apparently, in the Witcher lore, woman witchers are extremely ugly, but the more powerful they are, the more magic power they have, so they transform their looks to look nice through their magical power. But they're born really ugly. Apparently that's a thing in the Witcher lore. Yeah. Witches. I sure hope the Polish sounds will work. Or I'll be pissed. Am I about to be pissed? Witch. It's a witch. Why are the cutscenes so clunky? It never happened with other games. This is so weird. I never knew Witcher was such a demanding game.
You know I don't find that amusing.
Okay, enough. Enough of this BS. We're playing this game in Polish and that's that. Not with those horrible English sounds. Jesus. I don't even know what's happening. I chose Polish as the language. Close window. Also, what's up with the game working so bad? What? What the hell? What in the hell? It's using so much memory. We're gonna have to turn some of these off. Steam, how to switch audio to Polish Witcher 3. What? Once again, okay, I'm properties, Polish, enter, start the game again, skip the intro and select the new language in game. It is now available as an audio option and then restart. Okay. It's gonna take us some time. Did you kick me in the groin? Me, I will use any heretical art in order to achieve what? Yeah, you're supposed to be seeing black for now. Oh! There you go. Now it should be English. Okay. It's been working better now. A bit. How do I skip this? Can I skip the intro? I can skip it. Have I skipped it? Oh, I skipped the whole thing. Oh no, okay, that's okay. Let's see if it'll be Polish now. Wiesz, że mi się to nie podoba. Or something. It should be Polish now.
Dobrze wiesz, że mnie to nie bawi.
There we go. There we go.
Nie miałam zamiaru cię rozbawić, tylko pośpieszyć. Jest już południe. Obiecałeś Ciri, że z nią poćwiczysz. Idź już, zanim Wesemir zanudzi ją na śmierć tymi swoimi rycinami.
There we go.
No to na razie.
No, na razie.
No to na razie. Na razie. Nudej. Okay. Welcome to Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. This tutorial will introduce the game's core elements. Each message will be saved in glossary where you'll be able to find detail. Okay, I want to change something. I want to change a few things. Options. Oh, God. Can't I? Oh, God. I guess I'm stuck with the Xbox prompt. I cannot be like PlayStation. Witcher sense. Hold L trigger.
Kończy ci się sok.
Wiem. Mógłbyś trochę przynieść, jak skończycie trening.
Kończy ci się sok. Kończy ci się sok. Giggling. Examinate.
Pomyślałem, że Ciri może jeszcze poczekać.
To niewychowawcze i nierozsądne.
Chcę z tobą pobyć jeszcze trochę.
Brakowało mi ciebie.
Ja też tęskniłam, ale będziemy mieli jeszcze dużo czasu. Zrobię sobie makijaż, a ty skończ trening i wróć do mnie.
Ze wszystkich kobiet, które poznałem, tylko ty malujesz się idąc do łóżka.
A poznałeś ich dużo?
Czy to ważne? Przy każdej zawsze myślałem tylko o tobie.
Masz coś do zrobienia, prawda? Później Ciri czeka.
Interesting, huh? True. We all wish we could.
Stary Wiedźmin mocno śpi, a Ciri gdzieś zniknęła.
This is a wordplay, actually. Stary Wiedźmin mocno śpi. It's like the old saying, the old bear is fast asleep. It's a play on that.
Zdaje się, że woli praktykę od teorii.
It's that little song. Stary niedźwiedź mocno śpi.
Pobudka, mistrzu. Takie nudne te lekcje, że sam usypiasz?
Cholera. Przymknąłem oczy tylko na chwilę, jak robiła notatki z Guli i Alguli.
Dałeś jej tę cegłę? Nic dziwnego, że zwiała.
Jan z Brugge nie miał lekkiego pióra, prawda? Ale za to był rzetelny. Nie to, co te głupoty, które się teraz drukuje. Pewnie poszła na wahadła, co? A tyle razy jej mówiłem. Nie trenuj sama, bo tylko utrwalasz błędy. Przyprowadź naszą pannicę na dolny dziedziniec. Skoro chce poćwiczyć, proszę bardzo.
Nie denerwuj się na nią. Rozpieściliśmy ją. Choose! Okay, choose which choice. Don't get mad at her or we've spoiled her. Choose. Make a choice now, gigglers. It's time. Don't get mad at her.
Nie wściekaj się na nią.
Jak tu się nie wściekać? Nic poń musi robić wszystko po swojemu.
I to w niej lubisz.
No dobrze. Nie jestem bez winy, ale czas z tym skończyć. Natychmiast. Zabijanie potworów to nie żarty. Ciri musi to zrozumieć, jeśli ma zostać jedną z nas. Widzimy się na dole.
How do you like the Polish dubbing, by the way?
Źle. Teraz już wiem, czemu tak rwałaś się do ćwiczeń. Cięcie! Nie jesteś w cyrku. Piruet. Źle. Postawa. Starczy. Zejdź.
Saltem?
A jak myślisz? Dobrze. Możesz zdjąć opaskę. Masz nad czym pracować. Refleks wciąż słaby.
Może jak na Wiedźmina.
Myślisz, że utopiec albo strzyga da ci fory, bo nie przeszłaś wiedźmińskich mutacji? No ale bardziej niż strzygi bałbym się Wesemira. Zlekceważyć jego polecenie. Nierozsądne.
Ojej no, ta książka była strasznie nudna.
Wiem, ale ty wiesz, że to żadna wymówka.
Przepraszam, to się nie powtórzy.
Apologies not enough. Better not. Another choice. Another choice, gigglers. Apologies not enough. Better not. I never went far in this game, by the way. I need to see that the chat is alive. Oh, I'm gonna change the title of the stream. Apologies not enough. True, you have to beg for forgiveness. Apologies not enough. Mm. There you go. We're actually also gonna add hashtag Witcher 3. There we go. That should give us some more. Apologies, not enough it is. Apologies, not enough.
Przeprosiny nie wystarczą. Masz przeczytać Gulę i Algulę w całości, łącznie z aneksami.
Nie, błagam, już wolę czyścić stajnie.
Koniec dyskusji. Chodź, poćwiczymy z resztą na dole.
Idziemy przez mury.
Of course.
Pewnie, że przez mury. Jesteś w wiedźmińskiej szkole czy na wczasach?
Jest to na dole.
Chyba jak spadł.
That's so weird because in Polish, he didn't mention an elven bathhouse. He just said, "Are you in a Witcher school or on vacation?" So the translation just added stuff that wasn't there. Are you in a Witcher school or on vacation? Wczasy means like vacation / holiday. I hate the Xbox prompts because they always mess me up. The game is
Co ci
not
mówiłem o
working.
oddychaniu? Od razu przez usta, w rytm kroków. Ciri, bez wygłupów.
The game is not working all that well on this PC. Just surprised it's a pretty old game.
Coś nie tak? Może wrócę ci pomóc?
So the analog stick is far too.
Na 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 na.
The analog stick is far too sensitive.
O, ale Wesemir ma minę.
Czego się spodziewałaś?
What did you expect? Giggling.
Masz coś do powiedzenia, moja panno?
Że bardzo cię przepraszam, wujku Wesemirze.
Młoda krew rwie się do ruchu, rozumiem. Ale w starciu z potworem wiedza jest równie ważna jak srebrny miecz. Musisz choćby umieć odróżnić Algula od
Po
Gula.
pręgach niczym u Panthera Tigris w Zerika nieżyjącej i Fizes niezdrowo bladej.
No, czyli jednak przeczytałaś ten rozdział. Ale i tak powinnaś była zapytać,
Przecież spałeś, wujku Wesemirze.
Won't weasel out of this. Could have said you did the exercise while Vesemir was asleep. Which one? Okay, I'm gonna choose. The chat is too slow.
Czemu od razu nie powiedziałaś, że zrobiłaś zadanie?
Nie wykorzystuj przewagi przy pierwszej okazji, tylko wtedy, kiedy da najlepszy efekt. Wujek Wesemir tak mówił.
No, pojętna z ciebie uczennica. Niezbyt grzeczna, ale za to pojętna. Dobra, dość gadania. Geralt w parze ze mną, Lambert ze Skelem, Ciri z kukłą.
Znowu?
Nie wybrzydzaj, tylko łap za miecz. Jak myślisz? Powinniśmy wpierw powtórzyć z małą podstawy, czy zaczynamy od razu trening dowolny?
Oh, I chose what you wanted anyway, Maya Mayor. Let's start with the fundamentals. We want the tutorial.
Lepiej przećwiczmy podstawy. Podobno praktyka czyni mistrza. A jej daleko choćby do poziomu nowicjusza.
Wyciągnij miecz, Geralt.
Witchers must be prepared to fight foes of all kinds, be they plate-clad knights, ethereal wraiths, or bone-crushing giants, to match the strengths and exploit the weaknesses of different enemies. Witchers need to use a variety of weapons and combat techniques. The core tools of their trade are their swords, one steel for fighting humans and non-humans, and others silver for slaying monsters. Witchers have also mastered a simple form of combat magic. These signs are not as powerful as the spells wielded by mages, but they can be cast very quickly with simple one-handed gestures, making them quite useful in the heat of combat. Witchers are also adept in basic alchemy. They can brew powerful potions, blade oils, and bombs, all of which give them a keen advantage when fighting stronger or faster foes. Press select target.
Dość. Szybkie cięcia. Raz, dwa, trzy.
A masz! Cięcie w tętnicy!
Mocne uderzenia. Nie oszczędzaj się. Nigdy nie prostuj łokcia przy uderzeniu, młoda panno.
I raz!
Który następny? Uniki.
Postawa, Ciri. Pamiętaj o pracy nóg.
Nieźle. Teraz parowanie. Ciri, patrz pod jakim kątem Geralt trzyma miecz.
Co ja mam blokować? Walczę z głupią kukłą.
Ćwicz na sucho.
Na
Riposta.
sucho.
Cios, odpowiedź.
I'm bad at counters.
A masz!
Może
Cięcie
idzie
w
jakiś
tętnicy!
niż.
No, dalej! Na koniec, młoda panno, pokażemy ci parę wiedźmińskich znaków. Zacznijmy od Quen.
Okay, made it
Tarczy
active.
wygłupu. Co teraz?
I selected it. Okay.
Quen nazywa się czasami wiedźmińską tarczą, Ciri. Zaraz zobaczysz czemu. Za stary już na to jestem. Rzuć Igni, Geralt. aż polecą iskry. Widzisz? Gdyby nie chronił mnie kłem, zająłbym się ogniem. Art, Geralt! No dalej! Patrz, Ciri. Art każdego wytrąci. Kolej na akcji. Psia krew nie lubię tego. Akcji potrafi zamącić w głowę. No, teraz Irden. Pokaż jej Geralt. Widzisz, Ciri? Choćbym chciał, nie... Za stary już za tu jestem. Rzuć petardą. Bez obaw, Ciri. Quen wytrzyma wybuch. Geralt, nie popisuj się.
Lubię się popisywać. O.
Dobra, starczy. Trening dowolny. Dalej.
I almost lost. 'Cause I'm no good.
No, pokazałaś mu, dziewczyno.
Ciri, złaź stamtąd.
Aż to mała diablica. Jak tylko wróci, wyczyści wszystkie miecze w Kermoren.
Znalazłaś ten hełm? Ciri! Postaram się, żeby nie zabrakło ci mieczy do polerowania. Co to? Semi.
Czekałem na ciebie, biały wilku.
Yeah, like in the lesson that you've seen today. Yeah. See? We're putting the lesson into practice. Yeah. Was ist das? Das ist. He looks better now, by the way.
W porządku?
Miałem koszmar.
O czym?
Długo bym mówić.
Do świtu jeszcze chwila. Mamy czas.
I dreamt of Kaer Moren. Okay, we're gonna talk about it.
Zaczęło się w komnacie gościnnej Kermoren. Grzałem się w bali, a obok...
Tris,
Yennefer. Zabawne co? Nigdy jej tam przecież nie było, ale we śnie wszystko wydawało się prawdziwe.
a suszyła ci o coś głowę? To rzeczywiście całkiem jak na jawie. Znajdziemy ją.
Then we trained with Ciri.
Potem poszedłem po Ciri. Razem ćwiczyliśmy.
To były czasy. Mała diablica. Trenowałem dzieciaki, które były szybsze, silniejsze, ale żaden nie miał jej charakteru. Nie było szczęśliwego zakończenia, prawda?
Nie. Pojawił się dziki gon. Rzucili się na Ciri, a ja nie mogłem się ruszyć. Stałem jak słup.
To tylko sen.
Ciri in my dreams might mean she's in danger.
Właśnie, że nie tylko. Zawsze kiedy Ciri mi się śniła, coś było nie tak. Coś jej groziło.
Nauczyliśmy ją, jak się bronić. Przed upiorami też.
Zaraz będzie jasno. Pora jechać.
Chwila. Pokaż mi wreszcie ten list od Yennefer. Może przeoczyłeś jakąś wskazówkę?
Nic nie przeoczyłem. Mieliśmy się spotkać w wierzbicy, ale w międzyczasie wojsko puściło wieść z dymem. Jedyne, co możemy zrobić, to jechać jej tropem, więc...
Nie gadaj tyle, tylko dawaj list. A niech mnie. Rzeczywiście pachnie bzem i agrestem.
Miałeś czytać, nie wąchać.
Musimy się spotkać. Szybko. Wierzbica pod Wyziną. Faktycznie nic, co by nas mogło nakierować. A o co chodzi z postscriptum? Wciąż mam jednorożca, wiesz którego.
Yeah. Should get the Viper schematics at this province before moving on. Or else items kind of become obsolete. What does that mean? I have no idea what you mean. I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry.
Chodzi o wypchanego jednorożca, który służył nam czasem za łóżko w określonych sytuacjach.
Czego ta młodzież nie wymyśli?
Wracając do tematu, jak myślisz, ile mamy straty do Yennefer?
2-3 dni. Trop jest świeży. Gorzej, że prowadzi do gościńca, a tam pewnie podróżni już go zatarli. Czekaj, słyszysz?
Słyszę i czuję królę.
Monsters! There's instruction how to build swords and armor, etc. in the game. The Viper clan or whatever. It's the model of swords. I don't know where to get schematics. Life on the continent and in Skellige Isles is nasty, brutish, and short. War lays waste to the land, and those it spares live in fear of the countless monsters lurking outside every town and village. Monsters are shown with a silver health bar above their heads, indicating that you should fight them with your silver sword. Gulo! More enemies? Where? Oh, we can loot. Loot the enemy. Loot. Oh. Gulo. Striking opponents generates adrenaline points. Certain abilities you can acquire allow you to perform special attacks that require and consume adrenaline points. Your adrenaline points slowly decline when you are not engaged in combat.
No tak, gdzie przeszły wojska, tam trupojady. Jedźmy, zanim więcej ich się zleci.
Can regenerate vitality by eating, drinking, or by meditating for at least 1 hour. While playing on the Blood and Broken Bones and Death March difficulty levels, meditation does not regenerate vitality. Food and drink can be placed in your consumable slots for quick use during combat. Press up or down to consume them and regenerate vitality. You have some food equipped in your upper consumable slot. Press now to eat it and regenerate your portion of vitality. Lou. Where my whore? My whore.
Mówiłem ci, że spotkałem kiedyś czarodzieja, który się rozwodził. Jakie to pożyteczne stworzenia?
Huh. Witchers spend most of their time on the road in search of their next contract. They must trek across wide valleys, climb over high mountains, peaks, and trudge through thick bogs. Luckily, Geralt can always count on his horse, Roach, to help him in his travels. To have Roach come to you, press some button.
Bo z ich krwi można ważyć eliksiry?
Nie, bo zjadając gnijące ciała zapobiegają wybuchom epidemii.
A wiedział, że żywych też jedzą?
Nie, bardzo się zmartwił. Przeczyło to jego teorii. Odpocznij.
There we go.
Źle się wojna dla naszych toczy.
Naszych? Jakich naszych?
Królestw Północy.
Chyba królestw Radowida, bo Temerii i Kedwen już nie ma.
Radowid mówi, że jak tylko wygra wojnę, cofnie wojska za stare granice.
Wierzysz mu?
W coś trzeba wierzyć, bo żyć się odechciewa.
Damn. Bo żyć się będzie chciała. If I'm... listen. If I'm... What's the word? If I'm motivating you to do a nice thing for yourself, I consider it a win.
Dalej.
I consider the stream a success if it motivates you to do something nice. Something nice for yourself included. The environments are pretty nice. Cutscene. Trochę później.
Jedziemy?
I have to say the Polish dubbing really fits for this game in particular. I usually don't like Polish dubbing in games. Lucy W.
Poleciał? Poleciał. Możesz wyjść.
Na bogi. Mało brakowało, a skończyłbym jak moja kobyłka.
Jeśli miałbyś szczęście.
Unfortunately, I'm
Mój
not
koń zginął
knowledgeable
od razu.
about folk monsters.
Gryfy lubią pomęczyć i jeść żywcem po kawałku.
I know what gryfs are,
Aha.
though.
Pewno byście chcieli coś dostać w nagrodę, nie?
Pewnie byście chcieli coś w nagrodę, nie? You don't owe us a thing. So what should I do? Ask for a reward or say we do it pro bono? From what I heard, some of the monsters are derived from real myth and others are Witcher specific. I'm not sure I'll be able to readily say the difference. I think Cockrace was actual myth. So you don't know what's the thing? We could use a few crowns. Okay. I'm just gonna say you don't owe us a thing, okay? Listen, I'm a nice person at heart.
Nic nam nie jesteś winien. Byłeś w potrzebie, to pomogliśmy.
A mówią, że wiedźmini serca nie mają. Że bez zapłaty to nawet palcem nie kiwną.
Mówią też, że myszy rodzą się ze zgniłej słomy. Co z tropem?
Tak jak mówiłem, dochodzi do gościńca i się urywa. Zadeptany.
A szukacie kogo?
Tak, pewnej kobiety. Niewysoka, czarne, długie włosy. Widziałeś taką?
Nie, ale... Tu w Białym Sadzie jest karczma, jedyna w okolicy. Przejezdni często tam stają, to może się czego dowiecie. Poza tym, gospodyni to moja kuzynka. Wspomnijcie, że Bram was przysyła, to przyjmie jak swój.
Niezły pomysł. Zwłaszcza, że trzeba oczyścić twoją ranę.
Tam ledwie mnie drasnął, ale napiłbym się dobrej żytniej, takiej chłodnej, wiesz, prosto z piwniczki.
Oh my god. Dobrej, żytniej, z piwniczki. Oh boy. And Half-Ike, half Tomcat. I feel bad doing bad choices in games. True. Same. I feel the same way. Okay, continue. Who is this Joker? Let's continue.
Jedziemy!
I actually I never got much farther than this in the game, actually. Just so you know.
Swoją drogą, gryf tak blisko wsi? To dziwne.
Tak samo pomyślałem. W lesie czy w górach to rozumiem, ale tu i jeszcze przy samej drodze?
Może to przez wojnę? Wszędzie trupy, smród krwi i spalenizny. Potwory czasem od tego wariują.
Nie mówiąc o ludziach. Musimy uważać w tym białym sadzie i wyjechać, jak tylko się czegoś dowiemy.
Okay, I get it. Wiedźmin! Populated areas. You're nearing a village. Don't disturb the peace. Remember, town guards and hired watchmen won't tolerate theft and also won't look kindly on you accosting others. Local residents often erect notice boards near settlements such as villages and cities. These are marked blip on your map. Examine them to learn about contracts, work for witchers, and local happenings. Hello, Rogi. Oh, Rogi, are you new to the stream or have you been here before? I think you've not been here for a long time if you've been here before. So if you're new, then tell me what brings you here, because I always ask new people that and join the page. I tend to ask. I don't think I have. I'm actually new. Oh, so what brings you to the stream? What made you want to click on the stream? Did you find me on YouTube? Did you find me via different creator? Or tell me your story and join the page via the link. But first tell me your story. Not all the things I like about where I live, but where the orange trees bloom, the whole city smells sweet. Oh. My goodness.
Babka mi opowiadała, że kiedyś jak Kowalowi synek zaginął, to chłopy zaraz wzięli na spytki wiedźmaka, co akurat polował w okolicy. A że ten coś mataczył.
Oh my god!
Kręcili. Tak było.
Oh,
Tyle
now
wiedzieć, że
I...
jakiś utopiec
Okay,
zeżarł,
now I
i
like
wiedźmak
this
nic
game.
z tego nie miał. I co wtedy zrobili? No przecie głowy mu na powrót
Goose.
nie
Where are ducks?
Ponoć
Are there
go
ducks in this
cichaczem
game?
w krypcie włożyli.
Gotta see. There must be ducks in this game. It's pretty. Wow. If there are geese, there must be also ducks.
Odmieniec.
Leave me alone. Don't be rude. That is so rude.
Szukasz kłopotów?
No. Jesus.
Wolniej.
I'm gonna be home soon. That's nice. Very nice. Wolniej.
Czego?
Zdejmijcie to, bo będą kłopoty. Nie żadne to, tylko her, te merskie lilie. I mają tu wisieć. To już nie jest Temeria, dziadku. To już Nilfgaard. Po moim trupie.
He actually said over my dead body in Polish, not my arse it is.
Wiedźminy. Nie będę pił z parszywymi odmieńcami.
Przepraszam za tych hultajów.
Nie ma za co, jesteśmy nawykli.
Ludzie tu nerwowe. Nie dość, że dopiero co wojska przeszły, to jeszcze gryf nam się zaląkł.
Zdążyliśmy się z nim poznać. Napadł na twojego krewnego, Brama.
Brama, co z nim?
Żyje i pozdrawia.
Mości Wiedźmini. Jadło i napitek na mój rachunek. Co podać?
Alright! It's hard to describe, it's not perfectly smell. Oh, nice. It's a... I think I know what you mean.
Pokaż, co tam masz za szynkwasem.
Szynkwasem. Where's my... Okay. Damn. Ziemniaki. Śliwki. Winogrona. Alright. Your stream just appeared in my main page on YouTube and I was curious what you're doing. Alright. I hope you enjoy. I hope you, what's the term? Consider subscribing, and I also hope you join the page. The one that I linked. Because you can watch the stream also from the page that I've linked. Alright. Pretty busy place. Oh yes, and we are playing this with the Polish dubbing. Because we are learning Polish with The Witcher. As a professional Polish person, I will teach you Polish through this game.
Niezły ruch tu macie.
Niezły ruch tu
Cały
macie.
naród w drodze. Ten krewnych szuka, inny z dala od frontu bierze. A każdy zjeść musi, wypić, noc w cieple spędzić.
Czyli wam wojna jest na rękę.
Póki co, owszem.
O,
ale i tak
nice.
wolałabym, żeby pokój wrócił. W takie czasy nigdy nie wiadomo, co jutro przyniesie.
This game is a rare occasion.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you so much for the $10, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I'm here. Thank you. This game is actually one of those rare occasions when I like the Polish dubbing. Usually I don't really like Polish dubbings in games or anything really. But it really fits here. Does that make sense? It really fits to this game. There are contracts on the Griffin.
Jest zlecenie na tego gryfa?
Póki co to nie. Kiedyś tak jaki potwór gniazdo w okolicy mówił, to sołtys zbiórkę na nagrodę robił albo jechał do seniora o pomoc prosić. No, ale teraz sołtys nawet do ustępu nie pójdzie bez zgody czarnych, a seniora zdaje się powiesili. No to i kontraktu nie ma.
Szkoda, moglibyśmy coś poradzić, ale nie za darmo.
Niezły ruch tu macie.
Cały naród w drodze.
Okay,
Ten
we already
krewny
saw
szuka,
this.
inny z dala od frontu bierze, a każdy
Polish voice
musi
actors suck.
wypić, noc w ciele
They, I don't
spędzić.
know.
Czyli wam wojna jest na rękę.
Polish.
Co? Owszem, ale i tak wolałabym, żeby pokój wrócił. W takie czasy nigdy nie wiadomo, co jutro przyniesie.
Polish dubbing usually just doesn't fit, if that makes sense. I usually just like the original dubbing for a given work, and for this game, Polish is the original dubbing. For anime, I usually prefer Japanese dubbing, and so on and so forth. If you know.
Szukam pewnej kobiety. Ciemne włosy, fiołkowe oczy, ubiera się tylko w czarni biel. Jechała od strony wierzbicy. I wiem, że zabrzmi to głupio, ale pachnie bzem i agrestem.
Nie widziałam takiej. Zapamiętałabym, uwierzcie.
Tak, ją ciężko zapomnieć.
To może kto inny wam pomoże. Dużo tu przejezdnych ze wszystkich stron. Popytajcie się.
Intrus Echo. Me? Yeah, I am. Who cares about what, Intrus Echo? What are you saying, Intrus Echo? Who the fuck cares about what? Also, hello, Intrus Echo. Talk. Tak. Dialogue options mark will end the conversation. Alright. I guess we're not buying anything for now.
Dzięki, to wszystko.
Nice. But yes, I am from Poland. The biggest Polish trans streamer.
Pomóc ci z opatrunkami?
Daj spokój, jeszcze nie zniedołężniałem.
Is my claim to
Popytam
fame.
o Yennefer.
Tylko pamiętaj, lepiej, żebyśmy nie zwracali na siebie uwagi.
Słyszałeś, że czarne już się po polach rozlazły i mierzą? Lepiej, żeby mierzyli...
Jeszcze nie zniedołężniałem.
Mieszko, głupi jesteś jak kogut bez głowy. Po co oni te linie tyczą, he? Żeby naszą ojcowiznę na działki podzielić i swoim rozdać.
Mieszko. Talk. This cat is so angry. I swear. You cannot interact with the cat. Such an angry cat.
Tak? W czym rzecz?
Wiesz, że minęło już ponad pół roku, odkąd załatwiliśmy Biesa z Worunę?
Tak, Biesa. I nie tylko. Jak się nazywał tamten sukinsyn? Drugan? Niech mu ziemia lekką będzie. Dawniej wszystko wydawało się prostsze. Potwory były złe, ludzie dobrzy. A teraz pogmatwane to wszystko.
Dawniej było dokładnie tak samo, tylko już zdążyłeś zapomnieć.
Sam masz prawie 100 na karku, więc nie wypominaj mi wieku.
Na razie.
Kiedyś było tak samo. Okay, let's talk with these.
Szukam kogoś.
A my szukamy spokoju. Odejdź przybłędo, bo nam piwo w kuflach skwasisz.
Options marked with this symbol will make use of the axis sign. This sign influences people's minds, causing them to act according to your will. To charm more stubborn individuals who would otherwise resist during a conversation, invest in the delusion ability in the character panel. Don't hypnotize. It's true, we're not evil. We're doing a nice playthrough.
Chcę tylko chwilę porozmawiać.
Głuchyś czy jak? Nikt tu z tobą gadać nie będzie. Jak ci kompanii trza, to do obory i z bydłem się przy żłobach obracać. Toś mu dosrał, dromił.
It's true. Taka prawda. Miło, że uczysz ludzi na temat języka polskiego. Dziękuję. Patience is running thin. Kończy mi się. So in Polish we would say, kończy mi się cierpliwość.
Tracę cierpliwość.
Or
A jak ją
this.
stracę do reszty, wasze głowy potoczą się po ziemi.
Myśmy tylko sobie dworowali. Nie nerwujcie.
Była tu kobieta o kruczo-czarnych włosach, ubrana w czerni biel.
Panie, my nic nie wiemy. Ostawcie.
I'm beginning to lose my patience.
Zostaw nas. My z tobą ani gadać, ani bić się nie chcemy. Zostaw nas. Gadać z tobą nie będzie.
If you don't talk to me, I will kill you. Or something. Extinguish. Boom. Ignite. Boom. Elza. Okej, dziękuję. I consider subscribing. There you go. But thank you for being here. I hope to see you again. Yes, wpadnij jeszcze.
Czego wam jeszcze trzeba?
Nilfgaardians treating you well?
Jak ci się podobają nilfgaardzkie rządy?
Jak każde inne. Ściągają podatki, rekwirują to i tamto, ale i dbają o to, żeby we wsi spokój był.
A Temerii ci nie żal?
A żal to mi jej może było z pół roku temu po śmierci króla Foltesta, a teraz to ja tylko chcę, żeby już spokój nastał.
Bywaj.
It's really difficult to know what's right or wrong to do as you go. Lots of unpredictable consequences. I guess that's good because it makes you think about what to... It makes you think of the choices not in... How do I put it? It means that when choosing things, you don't try to game the system and think this will probably lead to this, but you might just as well answer with what you feel is right, you know? Install weapons, armor, and junk in your stash for safekeeping. Confident they will not be stolen or otherwise disappear. You can access your stash in a number of places throughout the world. Items stored in your stash in one location will be available in all other locations as well. Stash locations are always visible on the map. Look for the icon. Yeah, I think it's good. I think there are at least a few more people that I can talk to. The graphics are pretty good, but I'm pretty sure this is an HD remaster or something.
Zostaw nas. My z tobą ani gadać, ani bić się nie chcemy.
Tracimy czas. Prędzej Ziemia zacznie krążyć wokół Słońca, nim opanujesz zasady.
I
Mogę
mean,
zająć chwilę?
Czemu nie? Aldert Gerd, profesor nadzwyczajny z Akademii Oksenfurckiej.
Geralt, wiedźmin, zwyczajny z Rivii. Szukam pewnej kobiety. Długie włosy, ubrana w czerni biel. Widziałeś taką?
Oczywiście, że nie. W przeciwieństwie do Gminu wiem, że zwiastunka wojny to tylko bajeczka.
by the way, funny enough, in Poland, the highest rank in academia is an ordinary professor. and an unordinary professor is below an ordinary professor. So make of that what you will. You get the highest attainment in academia by becoming an ordinary professor. I assume you won't be continuing Witcher in future streams since you do variety. I will continue The Witcher. I do variety, but I also do rotation, if that makes sense, right? So once I start a game, I am sure it's assured that I will continue it. It just not guaranteed that it will be every stream. But what is guaranteed is that I will definitely continue it. You know? So variety means that there's a roster of games and we just sort of rotate through them. But the goal is to finish all of them, not just to... That's right, Drakengard. Which I cannot finish because the controller is not working well. I have to think of something. I have to, you know? Things are not well. Horsewomen of War? What do you mean?
Zwiastunka wojny? O czym ty mówisz?
Ludzie gadają, że nocami przez pola jedzie zmora, która wygląda jak piękna kobieta. Taka, jak opisałeś. Ciągną za nią wojska, a tego, kto przetnie jej drogę, czeka nieszczęście.
Za to ostatnie ręczę osobiście. Wiesz, gdzie dokładnie ją widziano?
Nie. Mnie interesują fakty, nie klechdy.
Czemu tu jesteś? Why are you here?
Nie spodziewałem się, że spotkam tu naukowca. Rozumiem, że uciekasz przed wojną.
Wręcz przeciwnie. Jadę na front.
Życie ci niemiłe?
Milsza od życia jest mi wiedza, a nie zdobędę jej siedząc między księgami. Chcę zobaczyć inwazję Nilfgaardu na własne oczy. Zrozumieć ją i opisać. To będzie moje magnum opus.
Dylan Burns! We have met with Dylan. There you go. We're talking to Dylan. You still gotta try Fate, although there's not a very climactic ending. It's infinitely generating, but the goal is to get like 50 or 100 or something. Okay, we'll play it. Write about the war, what it's really like, Dylan.
Może wreszcie ktoś opisze wojnę taką, jaka jest. Bez kolorowych strzałek i zmyślonych mów bohaterskich generałów. Za to z gwałtami i bezmyślnym okrucieństwem.
Ach, widać, że brak ci akademickiego szlifu. Gwałty i okrucieństwa to detale bez znaczenia dla przebiegu wojny. Inherentny dla konfliktów koloryt, można rzec.
Rzeknij to ludziom, którym spalono domy.
Dylan on the front lines. It's true, actually. It's actually true. I must have that second conversation with Dylan. Which is why we must grow this channel so that it will be big enough to be worth talking to. Because, you know, sadly that is part of the game. You have any favorite retro arcade type games? Yes, walking beat 'em ups. Walking beat 'em ups are my favorite retro arcade type games. I used to play them a lot at the arcade. Cadillacs and dinosaurs.
Wojna dotarła już do Nowigradu?
Nie, ale to kwestia czasu. Z jednej strony rzeki Nilfgaard, z drugiej Redania. Łypią na miasto jak psy na smakowitą kość.
Jednemu władcy ta kość stanęła w gardle.
Prawda, cenimy w Nowigradzie naszą wolność i wiemy, jak o nią zawalczyć.
Zwłaszcza uczeni.
Walczyć można nie tylko mieczem. Nie zapominaj, że to architekci z naszej akademii zaprojektowali miejskie mury, których nie skruszyła jeszcze żadna machina wojenna.
There you go. Burned. Owned. Owned. Let me see something. There you go. Farewell.
Muszę iść. Bywaj.
Czekaj, Wiedźminie. Wyglądasz mi na światowca. Umiesz może grać w gwintę?
Nie, nie mam czasu się uczyć.
Kiedy to naprawdę proste. No to jak będzie? Zagrajmy.
Okay.
W sumie czemu nie?
Wybornie. Już ci tłumaczę zasady.
Yes. Gwent is an ancient dwarven card game that stimulates the clash of two armies in battle. The players are generals and the cards are their forces. You will go first. Starting hand. To begin, you draw 10 cards. This will be your hand for the rest of the match. You will not draw any more cards, so use them wisely. This is a unit card. The number of the upper left corner indicates its strength. When placed on the battlefield, this value is added to the total strength of the player who placed it. This unit's combat is row icon. The icon indicates the row on the battlefield where the card can be played. Close combat, range combat, siege combat. Unit card special ability. Some unit cards have special abilities. This Kandari Siege Expert's special ability is called Morale Boost, which grants +1 strength to all units in the same row. Weather cards are a type of special card. They reduce all the strength of all cards of a given type on the battlefield, including your own. At the start of each game, you can select up to 2 cards to discard and withdraw, but let's skip that for now and go straight to playing. Okay, I get it. During each turn, a player may place 1 card on the battlefield or pass. Each deck has a leader. The leader grants you a special ability which can be used and only used once during a battle. Trigger the special ability at any point by pressing X. Press A to select card from your hand. What is the special ability? What's the special ability? How do I check its description? We can imprint proc and can refill. We can impregnable core for a card. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so fourth, Sabrina Glevising, the daughter of the Kandevi Wilderness. Okay. The number on the left by your icon shows the current total strength of your units. The number on the right shows the total strength for that row. Both values are updated when a card is played. At the end of the round, player will the highest total strength wins. During your turn, you can pass by holding Y. Once you pass, you cannot play any more cards during that round. Your opponent can continue playing cards until he or she passes as well. You should pass when you're confident you can win with the units you already have and play, or let your opponents win and save your cards for the next round. A round ends once both players have passed. The players then compares the total strength of their units to determine the winner. All cards on the battlefield are discarded and both players' total strength is reset to 0. That's sweet. Vent. That's right. So I'm winning, right? I screwed up. Okay, I misunderstood the rules.
No tak. To nie jest gra dla każdego. Wymaga analitycznego umysłu. Jakbyś kiedyś był w Oxenfurcie i chciał zagrać z prawdziwym mistrzem, pytaj o Stiepana. Niby prosty karczmarz, a w gwinta ogra każdego.
Zapamiętam, dzięki.
Okay, I misunderstood the rules. I thought my cards would reset as well between rounds, but I guess not.
Szukam kobiety.
Jak wszyscy.
Nie, nie jak wszyscy. Ta pachnie agrestem i bzem. Ubiera się w czerni biel.
2 sznapsy. To poprawi ci nastrój.
Napiję się. Możemy przejść do rzeczy? Widziałeś ją?
Jennifer z Wengerbergu?
Oh snap! Or rather, oh
Nie
schnapps!
powiedziałem, jak ma na imię.
Ale dobrze ją opisałeś. A ja mam tak. Raz coś usłyszę, nigdy nie zapominam.
Czym się zajmujesz? Kim jesteś?
Parszywy przybłęda. Gaunter Rodim. Do usług.
Przybłęda to zawód?
Kiedyś handlowałem lustrami, więc wesoła gawieć ochrzciła mnie też panem lustro i szklanym człowiekiem.
Szklanym człowiekiem. We're gonna play the card game, okay?
Skąd znasz Yennefer?
Też pytanie. Z ballad mistrza Jaskra. Dla biednego handlarza to jedyna okazja, żeby otrzeć się o wielkość. No, chyba że ma się tyle szczęścia, co ja.
I trafia się na bardzo cierpliwego Wiedźmina.
Na samego Geralta z Rivii, rzeźnika z Blaviken.
So Diada, something is Jaskier. Tak. As Lucy wishes. Tak.
Mnie też znasz z ballad mistrza Jaskra?
Jaskier. Master
Twoje
Jaskier.
zdrowie.
Widziałeś Yennefer?
Przepraszam, ale muszę o to spytać. Czy tu chodzi o miłość?
Zgadłeś, to miłość.
Od razu wiedziałem.
Mów co wiesz.
Zanim się nie pojawiłeś,
Od
do
razu
głowy mi
wiedziałem.
przyszło, że to Yennefer. Kto by pomyślał?
Do rzeczy.
Zwiadowca z Nilfgaardzkiego garnizonu ją widział.
Gdzie?
W ich obozie wpadła tam w środku nocy. Czerń i biel, agrest i... Tak, wiem. Zamieniła kilka słów z dowódcą garnizonu i pognała dalej.
Gdzie?
Nie jestem wszechwiedzący, pytaj w garnizonie.
Dzięki.
My, ludzie gościńca, musimy trzymać się razem. Może kiedyś ja znajdę się w kłopocie, a ty będziesz w pobliżu.
Did they even drink the ordered things? I don't think they even drank the ordered stuff. But okay. That's all good. We're gonna do side quests as well while we're at it. Should we play a rematch?
O, wróciłeś. To jak? Zagramy partyjkę?
Zagrajmy w te twoje karty.
How do I get more cards? Have to buy
Ciekawa
them.
partyjka. Jak chcesz zagrać rewanż, daj znać.
Guess I have to buy them.
Czego wam jeszcze trzeba?
Cards.
Macie coś ciekawego pod szynkwasem?
A zależy czego szukacie. Rzućcie okiem.
Cards.
Bywaj.
Right, let's go and play the rematch now. Where's the Gwent? How do I go to the card? Apologies. Okay, where's the card game thing? Where's the card menu? Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. You seem to be here now. Oh, there you go. Okay.
O, wróciłeś. To jak? Zagramy partyjkę?
Yes.
Zagrajmy w te twoje karty.
Zagrajmy w te twoje karty. Two rounds. Uh-oh. I've been matched. I've been outmatched. What a strange game. Might have to go sleep. Actually, I'm pretty tired. You should go to sleep if you're tired. I win! That's game. Here we go. Owned! Owned. Adios, Giglerinos. Or rather, Giglerino. I won.
Ciekawa partyjka. Jak chcesz zagrać rewanż, daj znać.
You're not even salty. There's no fun in that. I found out what gay people were today. Nice. Alright. Hello.
Tak? W czym rzecz?
Wiesz, że minęło już ponad pół roku, odkąd załatwiliśmy Biesa z...
Tak, Biesa. I nie tylko. Jak się nazywał tamten sukinsyn? Dawniej
Hey, we
wszystko
talked.
wydawało
We
się...
talked.
Dawniej było dokładnie tak samo, tylko...
Sam masz prawie set.
Okay, we've already talked about this.
Na razie.
There you go. What an angry cat. So do I leave now or what? Or what do I do? Or is there anybody that I have to talk to? What weird sounds you're making. Guess there's nobody left. Okay, we're gonna leave. Gonna leave. Hmm. There you go.
Już sobie wypiłeś? To wypierdalaj.
Nie chcemy tu takich jak ty.
Three against one. My, you're brave.
Nie zostanę tu na długo.
Może i nie, a może zostaniesz tu na zawsze.
2 piędzie pod ziemią. Walczyłeś kiedyś z Wiedźminem? Co jest?
Miło było poznać.
The game state will automatically save when you reach certain milestones in the story. Still, you should save your progress early on, often on your own. The world is full of predators, bloodthirsty beasts, bandits, and countless other dangers.
Babka mi opowiadała, że kiedyś jak Kowalowi synek zaginął, to chłopy zaraz wzięli na spytki wiedźmaka, co akurat polował w okolicy. A że ten coś mataczył, to mu rechciach łeb ukręcili.
Tak było. Tyle, że dzieciaka jakiś ludowiec zeżar i wiedźmak
Alright.
nic do tego nie miał. I co wtedy zrobili?
Let me see the questing.
Gościwój, wychylisz ze ze mną kufelek?
Od teraz
Dobra.
Derwan. Ty-ery-wy-any. Nie gościwuj.
Ale jak to? Przecie wiem, jak
Ja
ci
dam
dali na
swoje
postrzyżyny.
wie,
I co
Elza
to w ogóle
Czarny
za imię
przeczytaje.
Derwan?
Nilfgaardzkie. Moja babka była znana już.
Takie buty. To uszanowania mości Derwanie. Niech was złote słońce prowadzi. Z dala od mojego obejścia.
There we go. Found it.
Cisza na morzu,
There we have it.
cisza w komnacie, cysarz Emchyr narobił w gacie.
Coś ty powiedział? Kto cię tego nauczył?
Geralt has learned from experience to keep close eye on his surroundings. As he travels, for he never knows will he run into someone or something of interest. A damsel in distress, a merchant peddling rare wares, or a nest of pesky monsters. Such locations are marked on your map with the following icons.
No,
Wreszcie finalna złota biblioteka mu podłożył świnię! Taką dupkaną brakotę...
I need more moderation on the page. What? I'm here. Notable says I am. Also, I just want to say that in the Alliant continuity, Optimus at first refused and denied the title of Prime. My goodness.
Teraz się wścieka!
ale ciężko to mój najlepszy kolega.
Ciężko to głupać. Może nas wszystkich zabić. Zobaczycie.
Hey lads,
To
there
pożałujesz.
any among you can lend me a plot. Seeing his mind smack up against a stone in my field, so hard it bent halfways, and may a thing take me. Hunter. I really need more moderation. What do we do here? Is this a quest? So, there's much of interest to be found in the world's dense forests and fog-clad swamps. Whenever you pursue a notice board, question markers will appear on your minimap to indicate potentially interesting places. Seek them out to learn what secrets they hold.
lat pracy na nic.
God damn.
Co tu się stało?
A chłodno mi było w nocy, to podłożyłem sobie ogień pod kuźnię. Trzaskało aż miło i kiełbaskę upiekłem. No jak myślisz, co tu się stało, baranie? Ktoś podpalił mi chałupę, warsztat. Wszystko straciłem, wszystko!
Huh. Don't insult me.
Nie obrażaj mnie, bo dojdzie ci nieszczęście. Podejrzewasz kogoś?
Całą wieś. Mieszkam tu od półwiecza. Myślałem, że mają mnie za swojego. Ale wszystko się zmieniło, jak przyszli czarni. Jestem jedynym kowalem w okolicy, więc muszę obsługiwać ich garnizon. Klepać pogięte blachy, zakładać podkowy i takie tam. Nilfgaardczycy nie płacą mi ani grosza. Dają tylko materiały i rozkazy. Ale do ludzi to nie dociera. Myślą, że bogacę się na ich nieszczęściu. Że śpię na kupie złota niby smok. Przestali się do mnie odzywać. Plują na mój widok. A teraz to...
I can find your arsonist for a price.
Mogę znaleźć tego podpalacza, jeśli jesteś gotów zapłacić.
Niewiele mi zostało, ale dam wszystko, bylebyś mi przyprowadził tego sukinsyna, żeby dostał na co zasłużył. Tej nocy, kiedy był pożar, słyszałem, jak coś się rusza za chatą. Szukałem tam potem jakichś śladów, ale nic nie znalazłem. No ale ja nie mam kocich oczu. Powodzenia.
Guess I'm gonna need some reinforcements. See, we have a little bit of an emergency. Oh, you're going, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Well, good night. We're experiencing some bizarre Polish hatred with people coming in one by one and should be fine now. Should be back. Should be back now. I'm surprised why the number of people just dropped like that. No, my OBS died. Streamlab OBS died from all of the Polish hate, I guess. So, since we're back, we might expect some more Polish hate to come this way. I don't know. Maybe to a degree it's predictable that the first major wave of hate I get from Polish people. Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Well, Last stream I said that I don't really get much.
Butów. Męskie. Duży rozmiar.
Last stream I said that I don't get much hate, but I guess that's gonna change as I grow. It's okay. I think it's because I'm playing The Witcher in Polish and it's probably through the stream into the YouTube algorithm, which means that Polish people who watched Wiedźmin came into the stream. And then, you know, my goodness. There we go. There we have it.
Szukasz kłopotów?
A,
Zdjął buty i wszedł do wody. Pewnie chciał zatrzeć ślady.
Probably good. Probably good indeed.
A ja dziś dostałem bajtkę chleba!
Znowu mi sarny drzewka poobgryzały.
Au! Auć!
Barbarzyńcy. Obserwuję cię, Nordlingu.
I am here? Wait,
Barbarzyńcy.
you are here, fake Alec Kyle Parker.
Sama już nie wiem, nabierać czy nie nabierać. Na czymś to trzeba ugotować.
Lubisz świerszcze? Gryziesz czy połykasz?
Zdjął buty i wszedł do wody. Pewnie chciał zatrzeć ślady.
Oh. What sort of became a...
Ponoć kobiety z północy myją się raz na kwartał, prawda to?
It sort of became a joke. Can you swim in this game? I suppose it has to be still somewhere around here. Oh. Loot.
Barbarzyńcy.
Oh, there's something here.
Coś wyskoczyło na niego z szuwarów. Utopce, ale zdołał uciec. Z tego wszystkiego zgubił buty. Ślady prowadzą z powrotem do wsi. Krwawił, ale niezbyt obficie. Rana powierzchowna.
Chłopy zaraz wzięli na spytki wiedźmaka, co akurat polował w okolicy.
Zrobię sobie pracę i
A że
ukazuję
ten, co
niedźwiedzia.
szmataczył, to mu rachciach łeb ukręcili.
Tak było. Tyle, że dzieciaka jakiś utopiec zeżar i wiedźmak nic do tego nie miał. I co wtedy zrobili? No przecie
Ten
głowy
tego.
mu na powrót nie przyszyli. Ponoć go cichaczem w krypcie złożyli.
Ślad się urywa, ale mogę go poznać po ranie.
Okay. Not looting anything. The game crashed. I see. Send report. Okay, let's see just how far the autosave option goes. Oh boy.
Oh, Barry!
Oh. It's a no berry. Thank you for the $10. Here's some money for your troubles. Thank you. Thank you very much. A first hate raid during stream. I did get a hate raid before in the comments from Kiwi farmers, but a hate raid on stream is a first.
Geralt trafił w pobliże wsi Biały Sad. Zdawało się, że czarodziejka wyprzedza Wiedźmina tylko o krok, ale cały czas pozostawała nieuchwytna.
Guess we're gonna have to finish stream soon. For today at least. Okay, where am I? Oh, okay. It's still... Okay, it's still the same quest. So that's fine. I was afraid we would have to redo a lot of things. I wish I wasn't the case. You don't deserve that treatment. Well, you know. It happens to all of us sooner or later, I assume. Unfortunately, the world is filled with
Ślady pazurów utopca. To musi być on.
all sorts of people, you know?
Paskudna rana. Wpadłeś na utopca?
A chuj cię to obchodzi?
O, nie tylko podpalacz, ale i mistrz ciętej riposty. No chodź, Kowal chce się z tobą rozmówić.
Ja z nie ludźmi nie gadam, bo to kurwie syny są. A krasnoludy z nich najgorsze. Chciwe niby sroki. Dla złota wszystko zrobią. Wykują miecze, którymi czarni nam gardła poderżną. Dobrze mówię? Słuchaj, dogadajmy się jak człowiek z człowiekiem. Nie wydasz mnie, to ci zapłacę. Mateczka mnie odumarła niedawno, sprzedałem jej narzędzia. Trochę już wydałem, ale co zostało, będzie twoje.
I'm gonna be lawful and ruthless.
Ja w odróżnieniu od sroki krasnoludów chciwy nie jestem, więc mnie nie przekupisz.
No to obiję ci mordę!
Spróbuj. Chętnie się rozruszam.
Żałosne.
We're done here. You're the giggler, Lucy. Well, you're all gigglers.
Ale
Thank
nie
you.
nogi, więc pójdziesz ze mną do Kowala i dobrze radzę.
Oh,
Już bez
damn.
numerów.
Oh, goodness.
Proszę, oto wioskowy piroman we własnej osobie.
Nie pełka? Ty? Nigdy od twojej matki grosza nie wziąłem. I tak się odwdzięczasz? Dość tego. Hola, żołnierze, pozwólcie! Nie, Filip, błagam, wypiłem! Nie wiedziałem, co robię! Mówiłem wam, mistrzu Willi, pomożemy w odbudowie, jak dostaniemy posiłki. Materiały już zamówione. Nie o to chodzi. To podpalacz. Wiedźmin go złapał. Ta kuźnia była kluczowa dla garnizonu. Jej zniszczenie to sabotaż. Więc obejdzie się bez sądu. Na drzewo z nim.
Damn!
Surowa kara.
Ale zasłużona. Wiesz, z początku też nienawidziłem czarnych, jak wszyscy. Teraz myślę, że może wreszcie zaprowadzą tu porządek, że nauczą tych nierobów Moresu. No, ale mniejsza z tym. Twoja nagroda. A tak poza tym, parę rzeczy udało mi się z pożaru wynieść. No i kowadło jest wciąż całe, więc coś tam mogę na nim wyklepać. Jak czegoś potrzebujesz, to powiedz, dam zniżkę.
Well, that's not exactly what I expected, but you know. So we did our first quest in the game. Let me check something real quick. Let me check on our React. Bird milk. YouTube. Vosh. YouTube. Let's see. President Sunday should be streaming, I believe. No, he's not. He said he'd be streaming later today because of something. I see. Should we do one more quest? Or is this it for us today?
Cisza na morzu, cisza w konacie, cysarz Emchyr na rogacie.
I'm hanging out with my sister soon. Good night. Maybe I'll just finish the stream for today. We did a quest, so that's a lot. So thanks for coming. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of a hate rate at the end of the stream, but I'm gonna see you next time. As always, love and solidarity with a heart. Love and solidarity with a heart here as well. With a heart. I will see you all next time. Thank you all. Yes, thank you. I'll see you on Monday, because I believe tomorrow is my day off. So I'll see you on Monday, and I'm gonna have a special topic for Monday and stream.